Hi, all. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I know that Samya left off on a specific video that she was showing you in regards to the House Democrats, and I am going to jump back into that, and then I'm going to give you at the top of the hour my top 5 stories, and you can get a preview of them right here. So let's finish up with this video so you can say you saw it in its entirety, and then I will jump into my top 5 stories.
Chip away. And as a result, we know that probably a fourth of those people perished in concentration camps. And so we're not talking about people who just want to come into this country, certainly not about people who want to do this country harm. We're not just talking about folks who, for even economic reasons, are trying to flee their home country. We're talking about people who have to prove that if they don't get refugee relief, they may die. They may be tortured. And so I don't believe America intends to close its door to folks like that. I don't think the American people who are demanding that we provide them with the security that prevents an attack as we saw in Beirut and in Paris occur here. I believe the American people continue to recognize that some of them are the sons and daughters of those very refugees, and they want us to uphold our status as a democracy that fights for freedom for all, including those who seek refugee status.
I think we also have to recognize what ramifications of that will be. What message will be sent to Turkey? What message will be sent to Jordan, others within the region that we're asking to do their part? What message will be sent to Saudi Arabia, for instance, who doesn't do enough? Don't do any more. When there are people who are not threatened with economic disaster or political consequence, this is about rape, this is about beheading, this is about the wanton massacre, a genocide of people that we have to help prevent. And as the chairman has mentioned, there's a rigorous program that they have to go through in order to gain entry here into the United States. And I think we have to examine that. If there's something we can do to improve that, I think we ought to do that. If there's something we can do to further ensure and to root out the possibility of any terrorists entering the United States, of course we have to try to stop that as best we can. But I think to simply turn our backs is not the answer as well.
Yes.
Laura. Republicans, governor and presidential candidates, Jeb Bush, for example, said that the United States should only be taking in Christians. Is bordering on a race/Islamophobia response? Are you seeing issues beyond just national security playing out and how the Republicans are responding?
Lauren, are you asking a question, or is that your statement? I would say first that it hurts to hear governors say, don't bring any of those folks into my state. First, there's a question as to whether or not the governor has any right to say that. In the United States of America, if you are here legally, if you are a citizen, you have the right to travel. And I don't believe a governor has a right to say, can't come into my state. Thank God for the Constitution, first. Secondly, for someone to say, you on this side of the room, yes, you'll be allowed in. You on the other side of the room, no, you will not. And therefore, your persecution may lead to your death. That, as a son of immigrants, that hurts. Where Mr. Bush got that idea, I have no idea. I am Christian. I'm Catholic. If you can easily say, we'll accept Christians but not Muslim, can we then say, as we did in 1939, we'll accept Christians but not Jews? Or if we're going to accept Christians, we'll accept them if they're Protestant but not if they're Catholic? The idea of refugee status is you fear persecution not because you're Jew, not because you're Christian or Muslim, but because you fear for your life. And if anyone, especially if you're running for office to the highest office in this land, by God, please explain yourself and stop profiling Stop making people feel like they're bad simply because they happen to be coming from the same country that there's so much turmoil in. Do not paint people with a broad brush. We've seen the results of that from back in World War II and otherwise, and I think it's just the ugly part of this discussion is surfacing way too quickly, and I hope it changes. Yeah. At this stage, we'll have to hold off on that, but if there are any further questions, we'll try to take those as well. Any final questions? Yes.
Has there been any renewed talk of an AUF?
You know, isn't that scary that as much as you hear the bellicose words of so many, the tough talk by so many who want to send your children, your son or daughter, to war, to fight a civil war in Syria or Iraq, those same people who are calling for us to send our troops, put them on the ground in combat, have yet to say, let's have the authorization to use military force so that Congress actually gives the constitutional authority for the president to do that. I find that to be cowardice on the part of those politicians who talk tough but won't vote tough, and certainly aren't willing to put their own relative sons and daughters first in line to go serve as boots on the ground before they're willing to send your family member, your son or daughter, to go fight in battle. Let me see if the Vice Chair has a response to that, and then maybe we'll take a quick word from Ms. Anabel Dominguez, who has joined us, who can talk about why it's so important that we treat the whole issue of immigration so seriously but so thoughtfully. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Just very briefly, I think working under a 14-year-old AMUF is not acceptable. I think that was specifically for an event that took place 14 years ago, and against, quite frankly, a different entity. In this ever-changing world that we live in, that we need to update that AMUF, and that every member of Congress who was not here back then had the opportunity to express him or herself as to their belief, the direction the United States should take place, it should go in. As the chairman said, it's one thing to speak bellicose and to use vibrato. It's another thing to actually have to put your vote where your mouth is. And I think every member of Congress, it's a difficult vote. It's not easy for any of us to take that vote in a position, but I think we have a responsibility and obligation to the American people to do that and not just simply go along and get along.
As difficult as it is sometimes to navigate entering this country, sometimes it's difficult to navigate being inside this country, and we're pleased, in this building, and we're glad that Ms. Dominguez was able to make it here. We'd like to hear from Ms. Anabel Dominguez a few thoughts on just how important it is to have an immigration system that works. Ms. Dominguez. ¿Cómo está?
Bien, gracias. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anabel Dominguez. I am here today to represent millions of mothers and fathers like me that have the struggles for so long to come out of the shadows. We march because of the families depend on us. They need to live without fears. We call we the poorest. When the President Obama announced DAPA and DACA, the expansions, 1 year ago, we cried. Because, and we mean that my husband, I am living with fears of deportation. My older son, Jose, will be able to achieve his dream of becoming a computer engineer. And my young son, Peter, will be able to have a stable family. And now, that me will be all here in 2 years when he graduates from high school. We have struggles for so long and have so much to contribute to this country. The time is now to implement DACA and DAPA for my family and all the families that will the benefits for the executive this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sí. Buenos días, mi nombre es Anabel Domínguez, soy miembro de casa. Estoy aquí hoy en representación de millones de madres y padres que han luchado y siguen luchando para poder mantener a sus familias unidas, sin miedo de ser deportados y separados de sus hijos. Hace 15 años vine a los Estados Unidos con mi esposo, buscando un mejor futuro para nuestro hijo José. Pensamos que si trabajamos duro, podemos brindarle un mejor futuro económico de la pobreza que vivimos en México, mi país de origen. Mi hijo menor, Peter, es ciudadano americano. Él nunca ha conocido otro país. En 2 años va a graduarse de high school, donde participa en grupo de honores académicos y el club de robótica. Su hermano mayor, José, es uno de los soñadores, que también se beneficiaría por la acción ejecutiva del presidente Obama. No calificó por DACA cuando fue presentado en el 2012, pero estuvimos llorando de felicidad hace un año cuando el presidente anunció su extensión a DACA. José calificaría. Desde su graduación en el 2014 ha estudiado y espera graduarse en junio de Community College para buscar su licenciatura en Ingeniería e Informática en la Universidad de Maryland. En su tiempo libre es voluntario, con proyectos de resolver conflictos y mejorar la comunidad con proyectos de arte. Mi familia ya es americana, pero seguimos en las sombras. Estamos luchando, trabajando y pagando nuestros impuestos. Mis hijos son parte del presente y una esperanza para el futuro de nuestra ciudad y de este país. En un par de años, mi hijo menor tendrá derecho de voto como cualquier ciudadano americano. Estoy aquí hoy junto con líderes del Congreso para recordar a los jueces y congresistas que ya es hora de implementar DAPA y expandir DACA. Nuestras familias no pueden esperar más. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ms. Dominguez, for those words. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for figuring out a way to raise your children in the shadows, and thank you for making it clear why we want to move forward. Any final questions, including for Ms. Dominguez?
I just kind of wonder if you guys see any common thread between the reaction to DACA, DAPA, sanctuary cities with this timely case, and now the reaction to the Paris attacks.
I think clearly what all of this manifests is that there is a need to have a system that works properly, whether it's our refugee system, making sure that it's rigorous and robust and making sure that only those who qualify come into the country. And I think you'd have to say that so far our system has worked very well, and moving forward we'll do everything to make sure it's even tighter if necessary. But certainly with regard to someone like Ms. Dominguez, who has built this country and is building a future for her kids, we need a system that works right. For her to be here for 15 years shows you that we have to move forward because of people and families who have made this their home for the right reasons. And so we hope to be able to have reform that deals in a comprehensive way, whether it's refugee status, asylum issues, or immigration through the visa process, or in dealing and addressing in a righteous way the 11 million people who are in this country without documents. It's time to do our work, not just say we're not going to deal with it right now. And so we're looking forward to having Ms. Dominguez smile as her son graduates and gets ready to go on to college.
I'd only add to that Mr. Ryan has made it clear that he would like to bring regular order back to the process. Is an opportunity now. This bill, this concept of comprehensive immigration reform is languished. The Senate acted in the last Congress, yet the House never brought it up, despite the promises by then Speaker Boehner that the bill or something would be brought to the floor. Nothing ever was. They talk about not trusting the president. Well, who can trust them? They never brought any of the bills, any bill, forward that they promised to bring before the House of Representatives. They talk about trust. You know, when you point the finger at someone, there's 3 pointing back.
With that, thank you all very much. Gracias. Qué bueno que llegó.
All right, and that is a wrap on that. Now it's time to bring you the top 5 stories of the day. Let me confirm that I've got my right headlines. I do. Hi all, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, and I'm going to bring you the top 5 stories of the day. And this is my take. Obviously, we each have our own kind of set. Some of our stories will run over each other, but these are my top 5 stories for the day, or stories that have interested me since I stepped in the newsroom today. Here's one that's really interesting and kind of scary, obviously brought to our attention due to the recent attacks in Paris. This young man, his name is Austin Taylor, he's 26. A New York City missing person case has now become an international concern for his family, as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before a terrorist attack in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news outlet that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going on, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne, his mom said. He's a very private person, but this is strange, especially for him, especially given what happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew, and family and friends filed a missing person report with the New York Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone, family members say. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then, early last week, a New York Police Department detective investigating the case phoned to say that he had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city he had frequented numerous times over the years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events of Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consul seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with a loved one in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No news is good news in this case, Leanne told the news outlet, but if he would let us know he was okay, even if he just wanted to be left alone, that's what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother. Given Austin's interest and lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attacks. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend, so she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time, but he's an adult, Wentz told this news outlet. He probably has no idea that people are looking for him or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I know he'd call his family. To me, this all just, and this is a longer story, and let me see if I can see anything, anything like additionally that's more interesting to this. I just can't imagine not calling your family. To me, it is beyond suspicious that he's not contacted his family. And how have you not heard about this? Even if you were off on some sort of religious retreat, I feel like they would make an effort to pray for the people that were affected by the incidents in Paris. I just have a hard time believing that he doesn't know what's going on, and that he wouldn't contact his family. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds. Retweet. I'm having a hard time today. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times on Twitter with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, his mother has said, but his safety matters more. I feel like we're very close. He's my son, and I couldn't bear something to happen to him. So I just think that this is such a bizarre story. Sends a resignation letter. His apartment's empty, or empty of clues. His passport is scanned in Paris just days before the terror attacks. There's something very, very strange is going on, and I hope it's not just a case that goes cold. I hope it's something we can follow along with. And let me see if I say he's dead, says Jeff Cotton. Interesting. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Whoa. A lot of discussion in the chat room in regards to the Syrian refugees, and we will get into that absolutely. Anonymous is declaring war on Daesh. Daesh is ISIS, that's one of the names that they go by. ISIL, ISIS, Daesh. They don't like Daesh, allegedly. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war against ISIS after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warn the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesman speaking in French says, "Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger." It isn't the first time the hackers have made threat against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claimed were spreading propaganda in support of ISIS. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts. So I heard that just a few hours ago. 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts have been shut down thanks to Anonymous. And I see a lot of chatter going on currently in the chat room in regards to the Syrian refugees, and I'm assuming that Samia brought this to you earlier today, but take a look at Paul Ryan's comments on the Syrian refugees. Let me start the video over. Here are a few minutes of Paul Ryan discussing the Syrian refugees.
In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
And that was Paul Ryan commenting on the Syrian refugee. What we're dealing with now is even Governor Doug Ducey, they're saying Doug Ducey said refugees, period. He's concerned about everybody is so sensitive right now due to what happened in Paris, and people are legitimately scared. And so a lot of governors, Bobby Jindal, Doug Ducey, are saying, you're not welcome. I think that there are 3 states that are saying that these refugees are like very welcome. California is one of them. And I remember not being surprised by that, and I'm spacing on the 2 states that are saying that they're welcome, but for the most part, governors are saying that they don't want anything to do with these refugees, that, like Paul Ryan is saying, better safe than sorry, and they're sincerely concerned. Let's jump into the next story. This is a horrific story. Let me see. I'm going to show you this. Hopefully you can see that, and then maybe I could add there we go. All right, take a look at this. 2 photos were released yesterday showing a suspect in the murder of the pregnant wife of an Indianapolis pastor. And now authorities say they hope the images help draw tips from the public. This is from FoxNews.com. The photos, taken from a home surveillance video, show a person walking in the neighborhood where 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn, an Elkhart native, was killed. Police revealed they had the footage Friday, but didn't release the images until Monday. Oh, is Jeb live? Oh, sorry, I have to cut. I have a live video of Jeb Bush, and I'm going to take
energy revolution in our midst. Stop trying to pick winners and losers through a venture capital arm in the Department of Energy. It didn't work. How'd that cylinder thing work out for you? And allow the market to work, because it will work. We've created an abundance of natural gas. We should stop trying to punish the successful people. 40% of economic activity in this tepid recovery comes in the energy sector. It is ludicrous to suggest that the smart people in Washington do this better than people in pursuit of their own dreams. And so the energy revolution that is true and that is real should be sustained. And I believe in the American people interacting amongst themselves in a free society will create far more benefits for far more people than a get-in-the-line society that the President and Hillary Clinton have proposed. We can grow at 4%. I honestly believe it. But we'll never do it in the world that we're in today with dramatic insecurity. I want to read something to you because it pretty much says what the left, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, and this is a quote from John Kerry, what they really believe as they see the ISIS threat. He says, there's something different about what happened from Charlie Hebdo. That was the terrorist attack 2 months ago in Paris. There's a rationale that you could attach yourself to somehow and say, okay, they're really angry because of this and that. Hillary Clinton said we should empathize with the enemy. Really? There should be no empathy. And there's no rationale for barbaric Islamic terrorists who want to destroy Western civilization. We should not think like them. This is not a law enforcement exercise. You see the debates last Saturday? How tortured the candidates were in their inability to say Islamic terrorism. They could not use those 2 words in the same sentence. Well, they are terrorists. And they have a radical ideology of co-opting a religion. And they're a present danger. 3 months ago, I had the possibility, the opportunity, the privilege, in essence, to go speak at the Reagan Library to talk about this. And I laid out a comprehensive strategy to destroy ISIS, not to negotiate with them, certainly not to contain them. There's no talking to them, and there's no containing them. And here's the good news. We can do it if we have the will. We have the resources. We have the might. We have the greatest fighting force in the world. And our leadership still matters in the world. When we act as a leader, people follow. What we should do is to create a comprehensive strategy to do it and stick with it and recognize it for what it is, a threat to our own national security. For those that think that what's going on in Syria is not a threat to the United States, trust me, the minute there is an attack on our homeland by a cell that wants to destroy us or wants to hate us or wants to attack Western civilization because we've not engaged to take out ISIS. Every day they exist, they gain influence and power and energy. Every day they exist, they send out hundreds of thousands of messages through the internet to try to recruit people from all around the world. Every day they exist, they create instability that we're going to have to deal with either here or there. Which one do you want? I believe we should take it to them there and do it in a comprehensive way where we lead the world. That would require funding and providing support for the Kurds in Iraq. That would mean we would re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders that were part of the surge that created a stable, but fragile, but stable Iraq through the surge. It would mean embedding with the military, as the French have done, I believe, and the Canadians had done until the change in election, to be able to provide support as Iraq regains its footing to be able to deal with ISIS. It would mean air controllers that could identify where the strikes should take place. It would mean greater intelligence capability to do the exact same thing, to identify where ISIS is so that our fighting force can be effective. 3/4 of the sorties that go from wherever the bases are go back to base without dropping their ordnances. We need much more intelligence gathering, and that requires a forward-leaning force. It does not mean that we need to have boots on the ground and do this by ourselves, but it does mean that we have to lead. The presence of the United States will strengthen the resolve of those forces. The presence of the United States will draw traditional Arab countries to our cause. And in Syria, we need safe zones. The refugee problem will never be solved by sending millions of people outside of Syria in harm's way, in danger. The way you deal with this is to create safe zones where they're protected, and safe zones where the remnants of the Syrian Free Army can be built up, where there's one fighting force to deal with Assad and ISIS, where we're serious about it, where we provide the training in a serious way. No more 6 or 7 or 8 people trained spending $200 million, that we have the resolve to do this in a way that is effective, and that we draw people towards our cause, and that we create a no-fly zone to tell Assad no more bombing of the innocents, which is what he's done to the tune of over 200,000 people, and tell ISIS, we're coming after you, and we're going to do it in an effective way. I'm sorry for the applause. It hurts your ears. But the applause is actually, for me, it's good. I hope you don't. It makes me feel better, but I feel bad for you. One final thing. We can grow the economy, and we can restore America's leadership in the world with the proper leader. This is not the worst time in American history. I worry that people mope around. I mean, you look at the polling numbers, people are deeply angry, and there's good reason, and they're deeply frustrated, and there's legitimate good reason for that. But this is not the most difficult time in American history. It really isn't. This is the time where more people think their children and grandkids will have less opportunities than what they had by a big number, and I understand that. But we've gone through more difficult times than this in this country. We need principle-centered leadership to be able to believe in Americans again. And here's what I believe, and it is a deep belief. This is not a partisan belief or a political belief. This is grounded and informed by my faith. I believe that life is a gift from God. It is divinely inspired. We're on this planet for a reason, for a purpose. That everybody has something to give. That everybody is an asset. That everybody has some capacity that if they reach it, and all of us together, if we reach it together, we will lead the world for the next 5 generations. That's what I believe. I believe that we're special and unique. And if you believe like that, then you don't have policies to tell people to get in line. You don't have policies, as the left does, to say, you're a liability. I'll manage that liability for you. I'll take care of you. You focus on the part of government that only government can do. Investing in the long-term things. Spending on a military and intelligence capability to keep us safe. But by and large, you want to build capacity so people can achieve earned success. 1998, I was a candidate for governor. And I had lost in 1994. And I had a chance to have a redo, I guess it was. I made up my mind I wanted to do it, and I decided to do it differently. I decided to go listen and learn along the way. And then, God willing, if I was fortunate enough to win, to lead. Listen, learn, lead. That doesn't sound very familiar in American politics these days. So I was in a town hall meeting about this size in Fort Lauderdale. A lady raises her hand, just like someone will right after I'm finished, and I'm nearing the end. And she said, "You don't care about me. You don't care about my family." And I said, "Hi, I just met you. How could you say that?" And then what you try to do when people are angry at you, you use humor. Didn't work. I tried to give her some policy thoughts. She wouldn't have nothing to do with it. She told me the following story. Her name was Berthe Aponte de la Rosa. She's a Colombian American. Her husband, Milton, and she have a daughter. At the time, that daughter was 15. Her name is Lucy, or Luz, the light. And Luz, at the time, as I said, was 15. She can't walk. She can't talk. She has severe autism. She has an IQ of 50. And she has huge medical challenges, as you might expect. And so what Berthe was saying is, you don't care about whether I will outlive my child. Because that's, in effect, what she went to sleep with after her prayers. That was her last thought before she went to sleep. And when she woke up, that would be the first thought in her mind. Wow. Think about that just for a moment. Let that sink in a little bit. Think about what kind of life that is. And so I said, look, I do care. Tell you what, I'll be your student. You can teach me. I want to know how it is that you feel this way and what we can do maybe together to fix it. So I went to group homes where I saw people with developmental disabilities be treated with dignity and respect. And it was moving. I went to institutionalized care that costs more, but people in this plight were warehoused. Just kind of warehoused away because, God forbid, if we actually were inclusive and allowed people to be able to make a contribution to society. I went to workforce places of employment where people with all sorts of disabilities, physical and developmental disabilities, were working, and they brought joy to the workforce. People felt that these precious people with different abilities added a vitality to the workforce, and the customers liked it as well. And after 4 full days of doing this, I learned more about the challenges of families that have physical and developmental disabilities probably than any politician, and certainly in Florida and maybe in the country, because I took the time to listen and learn. Well, fast forward, believe it or not, I got elected. And the first week in office, a federal judge summons me to Miami to say, I'm taking over this program because your state has ignored people with developmental disabilities. My first impression was, wow, I didn't know federal judges could do this. I was like literally the first week on the job. I begged him not to do it. And he gave me a 6-month stay, if you will. And I went to the legislature, a conservative legislature, led by a conservative governor, and we reformed the programs and funded them adequately. And 31,000 families got benefits for their loved one, and they got off a waiting list. In essence, 31,000 families, when they went to sleep at night, didn't worry as much about whether they were going to outlive their child. And here's the deal. Berthe was an independent. Milton was a Democrat. Luz was 15. They're all Republicans now. They're supporting me. And Luz brings joy and love to her families. And Berthe spreads that love all across, with all the interactions that she has. Don't you want a society like that believes in limited government, believes in personal responsibility for sure, but allows liberty to exist, where we treat people with respect and dignity, where we stop dividing people up in their disparate parts and have a strategy to lift people up? That, I believe, is we're at the precipice of doing this. And if you believe like I do that we're on the verge of greatness again, I hope you'll support a servant leader. I'm not the biggest personality on the stage. I don't want to be. I want to lead with a servant's heart to fix a few big complex things and lead with a spine and a heart and a brain on behalf of people that don't think the system is working well for them. We can do this together. I ask for your support. Thank you for coming today. We got microphones coming. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You're on this side. You're on that side.
The Constitution leaves education to the states.
Yes, it does.
And this is a big thing with me. I would like for you to show more passion in giving the states authority over their children, because at the present time, our children are, by Common Core, the Common Core has been outlawed in South Carolina, but we still have Common Core curricula. And this Common Core curricula teaches our children on the average and below average child is on their frustration level instead of their instructional level. And not only that, the books teach our children to be Unitarians. They teach that
To
Jesus
be what?
Christ,
Sorry?
Unitarians. They're teaching Unitarians because they're teaching that Jesus is the same as Muhammad. All religions are equal, and all children go to heaven. And therefore, they have undermined our Christian beliefs in our schools. And the teachers are being forced to teach this because the book of Common Core teaches it. Now, we have voted it out.
Yeah.
But it's not out of our schools.
Okay.
The books are still there.
I got the question, I think. Ready? Let me answer the question. It's a good one. I don't think the federal government should have any say in the creation of standards, curriculum, or content. And should the bill that reauthorizes the K-12 law, there's a bill that's passed the House and the Senate that has that provision in there. We're going to move on. Can I finish? Okay, thanks. If they don't do it, I'll do it by executive order. And I think that we ought to start figuring out ways to shift power back to states, but not to protect bureaucracies at the local level, because many of the content problems you bring up, they existed long before Common Core. I know, because I mentored a kid as governor of the state every Wednesday morning at 7:30. I was all in on the education stuff, and if you want passion, I can let the big dog eat on that right now, because we have a system that is appalling. A third of our kids are college and or career ready after we spend more per student than any country in the world. And local school districts that don't want to have accountability are just as bad as an over-intrusive federal government. And the content that existed prior to Common Core talked about Hiawatha having the same standard as Abraham Lincoln. Look, we need to create a much more robust respect for our history, a much higher expectation for young people, and it should not have anything to do with the federal government. Here's where the federal government can play a role. If a state like Florida, which has the largest voucher programs in the country, by far, no one else comes close. If you believe in freedom, then you ought to believe in vouchers. If we could take our Title I money that goes for low-income funding for low-income schools, we should have the power to do that. We would expand voucher programs even greater. If kids with learning disabilities in Florida, if a parent, any parent here have a child, or you know someone that is an exceptional ed kid, and by law, you have a contract with the local school district. In Florida, if you unilaterally think it's not working, you can send your kid with the state and local dollars 100% of that money to go to a private school. We should take the federal monies and go to that. We should be funding the reforms that allow for a much freer, open school system that is more parent-driven. All I want is higher expectations. The fact is, right now, 80% of kids graduate with a high school diploma. And they believe that's a great thing, and parents are all excited about it. Then they come to a school like this, and they take the entrance test, and they find out they have to retake high school reading and high school math. If you go to a community college, over 60% of kids are taking high school reading and high school math over again. Who's fooling who here? How are we going to compete with countries that are leapfrogging over us with those low expectations? So I completely agree with you. This should be a locally driven deal, but we better be for much higher expectations than what we have today. Yep. Yes, ma'am. We're going to move back. Oh.
Hi, I'm Dale Ranney, and I was the former National Vice Chairman of the Reform Party, so I worked with Ross Perot for several years.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was happy to get the Florida leadership support when I ran in 1998.
So my question to you is, first of all, I'm here to give you a fair shake. And President Obama added more to our national debt than any president in history. However, your brother added the second highest amount to our national debt. And the first 12 people, well, 11 people that I've talked to here all support Trump, including me, because you just said that you're going to fix a few things.
Big things.
However, right now we are, what, $7 trillion away from being bankrupt by definition? So what in the heck are you going to do
Sure.
to take care of that?
What's your name?
Because right now,
What's your name?
Dale Ranney.
Dale, thank
Yes.
you. I got a microphone. So,
You want me to keep it?
no, I don't want you to keep it. Yeah. One of my heroes, I just reminded, one of my heroes said, "Hey, I paid for that microphone." Some of us are old enough to remember that. So here's the deal. I'm not going to speak about Donald Trump's plans because he doesn't have specific plans. I'll speak about mine. I'll speak about mine. Of the guys on the stage and gals, who's the person that balanced 8 budgets 8 years in a row and left the state with a AAA bond rating going up? Who's the guy that did it? AAA. Who left with $9 billion of reserves, equaling 35% of the general revenue? I did. And I can do this in Washington, and I have plans to do it. Here's how you do it. You grow the economy at a far faster rate. 4% growth creates, and this is where Mr. Trump and I do agree, high economic growth creates more revenue for government than any exotic tax plan that exists. I mean, I promise you that it grows. 4% growth will generate exponentially more revenue than 2% growth. We need to shift power back to the states. I think we should block grant, as I mentioned, the education programs, DOT. I have a proposal to block grant Medicaid back. Medicaid grew by 16%, this last year. 16%. Now, that was the full implementation of Obamacare, but it grows at 5 or 6%. I would say we will shift all of this back to the states and give them CPI only, but eliminate the rules that create the cost and the fraud and the abuse. Let each state create their own Medicaid plan. That will save hundreds of billions of dollars. Those two things alone, entitlement reform of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and I'm the only candidate with specific plans. I'm the only candidate. It is enough. You do those two things, and then you curb the kind of spending that exists using veto power, a form of veto power, which I got to do constitutionally. It would have to be a modified version in Washington. You could move to balance relatively quickly. So the question is, do you want someone who says that it'll be great and it'll be big and has a proven record building buildings, or someone who has 32 years of successful private sector experience and 8 years as a practical governor with plans that are specific that I can defend against Hillary Clinton? That's what I think.
Hi, how are you?
What's your name?
Adrian.
Hey, Adrian.
Thank you. Watching the news, I see a couple things. I see a lot of Donald Trump. He's there a lot. But also, I get a little sad because I see a lot of people who look like me getting murdered for no reason. Unarmed shootings are a real reality for people like me. So if you were president, how could you ensure me that someone like me, someone that I grew up with, doesn't end up dead for no reason?
Look, there's a lot of violence in our country today. Gun violence is actually lower dramatically than it was 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But there is clearly a racial divide in our country. And we need healers in this country. We need to make sure that the law enforcement agencies and police officers are supported, but that they have as a responsibility for our support to them, they have to regain the trust of the communities that they're serving in. And there are things that I think we can do beyond just having a more civil dialogue about this. There's other things that we could do. Senator Scott from South Carolina has what I think is a pretty good bill that doesn't require, but provides funding and incentives for cameras. So the federal government would provide matching grants for local communities to be able to have cameras. He doesn't dictate how those cameras how the training would take place or anything like that. That would be a bottom-up approach. But making sure that there's greater confidence that these atrocious events that we see play out from time to time on television recede, I think is a high priority. There needs to be better training, better equipment for local law enforcement for sure. But here's another thing that I think that we ought to focus on. Economic and social mobility. To me, this is the great challenge of our time. If you're born poor, put aside race for a moment. If you're born poor in America, you're more likely to stay poor than any time in modern history. And if you're born wealthy in America, you're more likely to stay wealthy. And if you're in the middle, you're seeing declining income. This is going to lead to significant social strife. So how do we restore that? How do we restore economic and social mobility? Well, there are three things that would lift people out of poverty. That is the first, second, and third step to make sure that there's hope in this regard, beyond the good point that you're bringing, which is families, work, and education. You get those three things right, and people are less likely to stay poor, and multi-generational poverty can be wiped out. Family means that you have a couple that love their children with their heart and soul. Our welfare systems, our social assistance systems are all designed for the opposite of that. You can't access social assistance in this country if you're a two-parent family. Education. Kids in poverty, other than in states like Florida, we've had significant gains, but even there, kids in poverty are less likely to graduate and be prepared to go to college or have a career. It's a simple fact. Low-income communities don't have the same quality education. And if you believe, like I do, that life is a gift from God and everybody has the capacity to learn, irrespective of their family structure or income, it's up to us as a society from a bottom-up approach to make sure that children can learn. We did that better than any other state in Florida. We need to make sure that that happens all across this country. And then finally, work. We now have a situation where if you start to work, you lose any kind of benefits and support. In many communities, non-work is actually economically more viable than work. And over time, it changes the culture. So if we're serious about mobility and lifting people up, which I think is what we want as much as the other elements of this, which is respect and trust that needs to be built up, we need to dramatically change how Washington works, because right now, it doesn't work. And blaming others for this fact, rather than all of us together rolling up our sleeves to fix it, I think creates even greater problems. This is a place where I think our president could have really led. He could have brought us together in a way that would have eliminated some of the fears that people face now. But we're in a really dangerous position. And now it's emerging on college campuses as well. And all of this troubles me a lot. I appreciate the question. It's a really good one. Yeah. Wait. We're kind of trying to mix it up and back and forth.
I'm Nick Mazzy. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
My question is, with Myrtle Beach being a large tourist destination and gambling on the rise, what are your thoughts on the expansion of local and national forms of gambling, as well as the expansion of Indian gambling casinos and their rights?
I hate gambling. I hate it. I don't know. Look, I was governor of the state, and every year there was another really great idea to expand gambling. And sometimes they won, most of the times they didn't. The minute I left, the gates opened up. So I think it's a panacea for economic purposes. Destination resorts, you can make a case that people, if they're traveling to a certain place and they like to gamble, that makes more sense than than gambling in big urban areas where the net result of this is people that can least afford it end up hanging out in these gambling halls and lose their money, and it creates demands on government. It creates social strife. I'm not a big fan of it. Here's what I don't believe. I don't believe the federal government should be involved in it. You know, it's not really this is a local issue more than anything else. Yes, sir. You're it. You can stand up and probably talk. I think I can hear you.
There's some individuals on the right who say that...
Can everybody hear? No. Okay, sorry. Okay, get the mic. My bad.
Sorry. There's some individuals on the right that have said that a carbon tax would pretty much be kind of like a solution for Republicans to address climate change.
Yeah, I've been briefed on those guys.
Any kind of tax basically is coming from the federal government. So do you see a role for a carbon tax in like a free market type of economic plan?
No, I don't. I don't think we need to be raising taxes. The theory is if you raise the price of one form of energy and you use that, you know, not necessarily to raise taxes, but to put the money back into helping, you know, tax relief for working families or something, that you're tax neutral and you're going to create a bigger, more robust market for renewables or alternatives. I mean, on one level that makes sense, but I don't trust higher taxes being used for that purpose. I just think once you add another tax to the code, you're going to end up with bigger government. It actually fuels the size of government. My proposal is to eliminate as many of the deductions and credits as possible and lower rates as low as possible. For the federal government not to pick winners and losers. So in the oil and gas sector, there is the oil depletion allowance. It allows for accelerated depreciation and full expensing of certain parts of the investment that goes into drilling. Well, if you lower rates from 38 to 20, which is what our proposal is, we would eliminate that. I think we ought to eliminate as many subsidies to agriculture as possible as well. I'm governor of a state that has a big sugar production, but I've never supported the sugar subsidy. It works better. Markets work more dynamically. They generate more innovation, and they drive costs down faster. And I think we need to phase out some of these things and stop trying to think that smart people in Washington can pick winners and losers better than thousands of us interacting in our own way through trial and error coming up with the best result. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Claire Mumjian.
Hey, Claire.
An Armenian. And this handsome young man that stood up. I wanted to say something about that because...
Please.
This president, I grew up, I was born in the 60s. Kennedy was president when I was born, so I lived through desegregation and like so many other people here in the audience. But this president, I think, has created a society that is more divisive than from back in those days. And there are people who look like me who have loved people that look like him, maybe not as good looking as you, but none of them were shot at by the police because when and if they were pulled over, they didn't go running from them. They didn't smart mouth. The same thing with me for women. I've seen women being manhandled on the news by the police because we are not respecting our law enforcement. I was raised to grow up, you respect the clergy, you respect your elders, you respect the police. If you're in trouble, you go to them. Now, does that mean all cops are good? No. Like any industry, I'm a mortgage fraud investigator. Trust me. And that's actually my question is going to be for you. But I'm sorry. I'm so tired of this country.
The clock may run out before you get to your question.
Yeah. I'm so tired of this country having this attitude. Well, I look like this. How can I be protected? How about we all protect the good people, regardless of what we look like, and let the bad people deal with the cops' body manhandling. I'm sorry, that was a soapbox. That wasn't a question.
Well, here's one of the challenges that now talking to law enforcement is starting to happen, which is one of the effective ways to create, one of the ways for income and social mobility to exist also is to have communities that are safe. Because if they're not safe, you're not going to get the business formation. You're not going to get kind of the economic activity. And if police are fearful of actually doing community policing, then you're going to have less safety. The net effect might be that as police pull back because they don't believe that elected officials have their back, you're going to create more violence in low-income communities. And I think to avoid that, we should have a deeper dialogue about this to rebuild trust. Because here's what I know to be true, because I worked with law enforcement when I was governor each and every day. What I know to be true is when there is these cases, as there was in Charleston, as there was in Baltimore, in Ferguson, the first people, when there is a, Ferguson wasn't a problem like this, but in other places where there has been a misuse of force by police, the first people that want to bring the hammer down in a legal way, of course, are the police chiefs and other law enforcement officers, because they don't want their profession to be besmirched. They don't want their profession to be viewed as it is today. And so this is becoming a challenge for us in all of our communities. And the successful communities are the ones that are going to have a full on-board dialogue about this to eliminate the lack of trust that exists. And I love the way that you framed the conversation, that if we start being divided up by others in our disparate parts, then your love of someone who might look different than you will subside, because you're not getting the same vibe back. And in our country, I mean, think about it, man. I mean, we're like Baskin Robbins here. There's no chocolate and vanilla in America. We're 34 flavors and going strong. And if we start dividing ourselves up all these different ways, it'll get ugly. It'll get ugly really quick.
I do have to ask you this question, or they're going to can me. Dodd-Frank.
Dodd-Frank, I think, needs to be repealed.
Thank you.
I got it back here. Do you have a really good question?
My name is Nick Furell.
This row right here is full of athletes. Yes. Like everybody's gigantic. How's your football team?
After current world events that have been taking place not only this weekend but in the last year, do you stand or do you agree with your brother's statement back in 2007 that pulling troops out of Iraq would lead to such problems we are seeing today?
I think by pulling troops out after the forces agreement was signed and expired in 2012 with the expectation of it being renewed was a mistake, because and not engaging politically. Hillary Clinton, I think, set the record for the most visits to other countries as Secretary of State. She was like on that plane the whole time. You know how many times she went to Iraq? Once. Once in her 4 years. It was out of sight, out of mind for the policymakers in the Obama administration. There was no dialogue with Maliki, and all of the bad instincts of Maliki were brought to bear, and sectarian violence and splitting the country up by their differences began to happen relatively quickly. And so having the United States presence with a force level for anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 would have probably, in my mind at least, and most of the policy advisors would agree with this, including President Obama, who said that al-Qaeda was defeated in Iraq. He said that. So had we stayed, we would have created a more stable but fragile. I mean, I recognize this is not like little d democracy going on here in Iraq. It took us a long while to get our democracy to a pretty good level, and now we're starting to decline it a little bit and get a little more difficult to get things done. But the simple fact is, had we stayed past 2012, we would have had a stable Iraq. That's what I believe. And I think most people, when they look at it objectively, would agree with that. But I'm kind of tired of going back, he said, she said, looking at the past. I think it's important for the next president, whoever he or she may be, to learn from the lessons of the past and use those lessons to focus on the future. Because people are, we're not going to talk about 1990 or 2000 or 2010. We need to talk about how do we create a safe and secure world in 2020. Tomorrow I'm going to speak at the Citadel to talk about a military policy to rebuild our military so that we don't have to use it. Effectively, the best use of the military is that it is so awesome, so well trained, with such capacity that it inspires people not to do the things that would create war. Yes. How we doing? Wait a second. Nice try.
Oh, hi. My name's Kaylin. I'm a freshman here. Thank you so much for coming. I think it's pretty cool you actually came on campus. So with
It's a nice-looking campus, by the way. It's
Yeah,
really
it's really
pretty.
pretty.
Well-maintained. Pretty easy to get an applause line from you guys.
With everything that's been going on since Paris and a lot of governors declaring that they won't accept the refugees,
Yeah.
how do you believe America, the governor should handle that and how Obama should handle all the refugees?
Well, I don't know if the governors have any constitutional basis to other than express disagreement, and they've been effective at doing that, and I think that's more than proper. And I think there needs to be a full explanation of what the vetting process is. Paul Ryan has come up with what I think is the proper thing to do, and others now have followed suit, including Democrats, which is let's press the pause button. Let's get a sense of how we're going to go about doing this. This is not like, when I was governor of Florida, we had refugees come from Haiti. We never thought that there were Islamic terrorists organized to destroy our way of life embedded with impoverished Haitians. Our biggest fear was public health considerations because 1 in 10 would have some infectious disease that needed to be cured before they came out into the general population. There were real concerns, but nothing like this possibility. If you have 4 million refugees in camps and also 800,000 crossing into Europe, and you can get passports and visa waivers from European countries, it's not that hard to imagine that this is a security risk for our country. And so putting a pause button on is important. Understanding what the criteria for profiling these folks is, we have that already. We're not doing anything new here, but this is a unique set of circumstances. Here's what I also think. I think that Christians in the Middle East are being persecuted, beheaded, executed, and but for us who? Who's going to be on their side? This is a real challenge for our country to balance our security interests, but also embrace the values that have really made us extraordinary. And the slaughter of Christians in the Middle East deeply troubles me. And I think we need to find a way to be on their side. They're not Islamic terrorists. They're Christians who are being castigated, persecuted, and then sadly in some cases beheaded because of their love for Jesus. And whether you're religious or not, that should be something that I think should haunt us as a nation, and it does haunt me. And I think the president got after me indirectly on this yesterday and saying that somehow it was wrong to say what I just said and not have the same sympathies for Muslims. Well, I do. We all have sympathies for people that have been uprooted. There are 4 million refugees that are in a country of 23 million. That's heartbreaking. But we have a duty to protect our country as well. And that's important. And then we'll come back here.
Hi, Governor. I'm Sean.
You're the last question. It better be good.
I'm not as big as the athletes over there, but God willing, I'll be in your spot in 17 years doing the same thing that you're doing.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
I hope you're a Republican, brother.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Because we'd have to cut the mic off again. No.
So my question is, though, I am a huge supporter of your brother's administration. Many outside of our party aren't. And so, my whole thing is, should you gain the nomination for our party and, go against the unapologetic liar on the other side, how would you go about...
If you're going to run for president, you may want to tone down the rhetoric just a tad.
It's got to be a little fire in my step.
No, fire's good. I like fire.
So how would you distinguish yourself from your brother? And additionally, how would you convince the American people as a whole that a third Bush presidency is the best option for America?
Great question. And first of all, elections are about the future, not the past. I love my brother. I love him. What else can I say? I'm going to disown him? Come on. I I'm proud of him, and I love my dad, and he's the greatest man alive. Anybody disagrees? Other than that row of other kids there, I'll take everybody else outside and we can have an argument about it. I care about my family. But this has to be about the future. I have to share my record of accomplishment, my ideas, focused on the future. And here's how I beat Hillary Clinton. I beat her because I have a proven record. She doesn't. She doesn't have a record. It's a record of ambition for herself. My record is serving people to solve problems. And I will campaign in places where conservatives haven't been in a while. I campaigned in my re-election with the teachers union mortgaging their building to take me out, to kneecap me, to support my opponent because they hated the reforms that we had in place that opened the system up to allow parents to have more choices. They did not like it. I won. They sold their building. I know how to fight tough fights. I was reminded of this. I was in Michigan last week, and I was campaigning there, and there were 3,000 so-called volunteers, union members from AFSCME, the government union, that came out to try to take me out in my re-election campaign because we had career civil service reform where you could fire someone for incompetence and reward workers for a job well done that they hated, and I won. I will campaign in places where families are trapped in failed public schools, and I will say, as President of the United States, I will do everything in my power to shift power to you away from the teachers union, who the first endorsement that they gave, the first endorsement that Hillary Clinton got was from them in her first week of her election. I can campaign against Hillary Clinton because her record is saying that Barack Obama's economic policy is an A. It isn't an A. And if we campaign aggressively in a way all across the country with conservative principles, with your arms wide open rather than saying how bad things are and just being angry and being grumpy, we can win. That's how I win. And I'll do it proud of my brother and proud of my dad. There's a big man. Stand up and let it rip.
Hello, sir. My name's Samuel Gordon.
Same team here. This is like...
Yeah. So if you are elected president, what steps, if any, would you take to deter China from continuing the building of artificial islands in the South China Sea, knowing that they could very well be used for military purposes?
Great question. The school's got it going on. The kids are... We should do, without great fanfare, we should support and prove out international waters. We shouldn't make a big deal of it. They're international waters, for crying out loud. We don't have to announce when we're having naval exercises in the waters that China believes is theirs, but there's nothing in international law suggests that that's true. We should fly over the islands that are contested, particularly the artificial island that you're describing, which is, I think, 100 miles off the South China Sea, clearly designed to be a military base. We should enforce international law, and we should do it in partnership with Japan and Korea and the Philippines and other countries. Today, I read in the paper, President Obama has announced the sale, or I guess their sale of 2 Navy vessels to the Philippines, which I think doubles their naval fleet. But that's a good step. We need to be all in with supporting our allies. And that's how you do it. You show a consistency. You don't announce it with great fanfare. I mean, that's not a sign of strength that you're adhering to international law. That should be the given. And then we need to engage with China across the board. The 2 big threats, I would say, are the military threat that you're describing, where they're asserting themselves because they sense we're no longer, engaged. As we pull back, they seem to be, there's a symmetry here. We pull back a step, they move forward a step. And the other is cybersecurity, a similar kind of situation, where we have allowed our own safeguards to diminish. Have you all heard about the Office of Personnel Management? You want to hear a story of incredible and sheer incompetence? The Personnel Office of the federal government, 23 million files were hacked into, allegedly, by the Chinese government. After the Inspector General of this department said that our safety, the firewall security was not adequate, that it was obsolete, that it needed not just replenishment, but it needed to be redesigned to deal with the new cybersecurity threats. 23 million files, including anybody in this room that has had a security clearance. People tell me that have gotten security clearances, it's 100 pages of vital information of all sorts of things. Everything that you basically can remember, all your relationships, who you know, where you've rented your home, where you've bought a home, your income levels, and all this are now in the hands of the communist Chinese. We have to be serious about protecting the homeland and all of the new threats. China is an emerging threat militarily, but it also is a cyber security power. And we should do the following. You remember in the day of mutual assured destruction, where there was a point where people realized that our nuclear capabilities were roughly equal to that of the Soviets, and it would have been so devastating that it created security. We need to get to that as it relates to cybersecurity. The Russians and the hackers and the Chinese should know that if they attack our companies and seek out, by espionage, seek out intellectual property, or our country's security through doing what they did with OPM, that there will be a response that will be so awe-inspiring that we'll get the exact same information that they got from us and more. If you do that, you're going to change behavior with the Chinese. The Chinese respect strength. They don't respect weakness, and that's where we are today, unfortunately. The world sees us not as an ally. The world doesn't see us as a strong enemy, and our traditional friends no longer believe we have their back, and our enemies no longer fear us, and it's a huge problem. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John Gambelli.
If I'm going to break in really quick just to let you know, I'm hearing right now that Bobby Jindal's dropping out, and I'm seeing it on TV, but I can't bring it to you yet. But Bobby Jindal,
you can fit it in.
GOP presidential candidate, is allegedly dropping out of the race right now at this
would reduce the national debt by $6 trillion.
Well, you say one time. What he proposed 4 or 5 years ago, to be fair about it, wasn't a one-time flat tax. It was a tax. It was a tax on assets, a 14.5% tax on assets above a certain level of net worth. I mean, man, Mao didn't even come up with that. I mean, that would be devastating for the economy, and he's backed away from that, thankfully, because it wasn't a tax cut; it was a tax increase on assets.
Yes.
5 years ago, devastating. He doesn't talk about it anymore for good reason.
And my second question would be, what is your standpoint on the legalization of recreational use of marijuana based on the tax benefits? Because the state of Colorado...
Based on what taxes?
The tax benefits of that. Because the state of Colorado, 1 year, the taxes of that raised $70 million.
Yep.
And the taxes from alcohol was only 45.
So... let's rewind the tape back to gambling. These things aren't a panacea. There was a study in Colorado. It has generated the revenue expected, which was $70 million. It's not chump change. That's a lot of money. But there also are studies of problems as it relates to increasing crime and traffic accidents, driving while high. I don't know what the term is for marijuana. It's not DUI, but it's another version of that. And these problems now are going to become more pervasive. And I just think as a society, first of all, if Colorado wants to do this, then, and they did it by referendum, didn't they? You know, I respect that. I don't think the federal government should be involved in that. But it becomes a federal issue when you're violating federal law. And so I think a better approach would be to focus on the narrow use of marijuana for medicinal purposes. There are diseases where you're dealing with pain in a different, in a way that is quite helpful. And states that do that, they ought to have the right to do that. I think legalizing marijuana is not going to yield the result of happiness for people. It's not going to yield the revenue for government. And policy shouldn't be driven by how much government money gets into the coffers of government anyway. It ought to be based on a broader set of principles. And I would oppose that. Decriminalization of marijuana, different subject. I think we need to deal with the fact that Our society needs to give people a second chance. For nonviolent offenders, we're now in a position where a lot of people, you want to create a right to rise society? Then give people a second chance, because once they get in their record that they have committed a crime, it's very hard to get a job. It's very hard to be able to graduate and do the three things that I brought up. It's very hard to get married. It's very hard to do the things that will create upward mobility. And so there are initiatives on the left and right that focus on restorative justice, and I think that is the more appropriate place for us to focus our attentions. Yes, ma'am? You're the last question, unless you outsource it to him.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Miller. I'm a senior psychology major here at Coastal. And you were quoted a couple weeks ago saying universities ought to have skin in the game. When a student shows up, they ought to say, hey, that psych major deal, that's great. It's important to have liberal arts, but you realize you're going to be working a Chick-fil-A. It's important to know, like, 1 in 4 college students, and I work in counseling services in the university, and we have a 2-week wait limit for students to see a counselor due to mental illness. I think that this is a huge issue in today's country. 1 in 4 college students will or have a mental illness, and 14 million college students have or will have a mental illness while in school. I think mental illness is something we need to talk about, and
absolutely.
I think what are you going to do if you were president of the United States, and what should we do?
Very good point on the mental illness part. On the psych major part, I hope you get my drift, which is we measure full-time equivalent students in 12 hours rather than 15. Used to be 15. We measure 4-year degree completion rates for full-time equivalent students in 6 years. And 60% in public universities, 60% of full-time equivalent students graduate with a 4-year degree in 6 years, and psychology is the #1 major. We don't have shortages of therapists. We don't. I hope you get a job, but my guess is a lot of people that are getting a 4-year degree in psychology are going to get a master's degree. Is that what you're going to do? PhD, even better. Well, God bless you. You'll get a job. And let's make sure that we reform the student loan program so that you're not starting out with $150,000 of debt. So, the mental health challenge in this country is a serious one. I would be careful, just as a word of advice, to use statistics that might overstate the issue. I don't believe that 1 in 4 students have mental health challenges. They may be stressed out because they, got issues going on, but I think we have to be clear. If we're going to be successful in advancing the cause of treating mental health illnesses, I don't think we have to overstate the number of people that are involved, because there are enough people involved. And there's dual diagnosis and triple diagnosis in this issue. If you look at drug addiction and alcohol abuse and mental health challenges, many times they're tied together. If you look at the breakdown of the family, if you look at child abuse, if you look at domestic violence, many times there are mental health challenges and drug and alcohol addictions attached to it. So I take that very seriously, because the demands placed on government, because of our inability we're good at diagnosing physical illness. You get a cut on your finger, you fix your finger. We're the best in that, and probably in the world. But the brain needs to be explored more fully, and to fully appreciate and understand it. I respect that. I don't want to, you're not the first psych major that has given me grief about my comment, just for the record. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut going forward about that. But I'll tell you what, if it's a 4-year degree, students ought to be able to graduate in 4 years. And it should be as close to debt-free as possible. And in Florida, we have the lowest public tuition rates for in-state students in the country. And in Florida, if students can't get through, and that's one of the parameters that universities are used to measure their success on, which it is, then the money gets taken away from universities and given to the public universities in our state that are doing a better job. And guess what? When you do that, you're aligning everybody's interests the right way, and you get more degree completion and less debt for students. Good luck. Good luck on that. Where are you going to get your PhD, by the way? Good luck. Yes, sir.
Well,
no, you still. Oh, you're together?
Yeah, but let me just tell you what. I'm a 60-year.
Well, I'm not going to give you.
And she is the same.
60 year?
60 years immigrant in this country. What is your stand on immigration?
Yeah, okay. How long have y'all been married? We haven't. Oh! We need a microphone. I hope I can answer both.
First, I'd like to thank you for having the opportunity we all have to be able to be in this room to talk to a future president. My question is that Mr. T has brought up that is very upsetting to me is the immigration issue. Many of us have come to this country legally, and I understand the whole process. Many of us, many other people have not come legally. There are many, this Mr. T has this thing about the wall.
Mr. T.
Okay? Which is the biggest.
At first I didn't know who he was, I'm sorry. I was thinking the guy with the mohawk.
Oh, yeah. See?
We got another damn candidate running for president? Well, Mr. T?
Well, we have Mr. Corleone, and then we have Mr. T, and he does have that thing. Anyway, there are many people that have come to this country that never leave, that come in legally with a visa or visitors. They're not being counted. All he talks about is the Mexican wall, okay? I lived in New York for many years, gas stations. The majority of the people that own the gas station all hire illegal Indians, Pakistanis. How many Chinese are here illegally? How many Europeans are here illegally? What is your stand in the illegal
Thank you.
situation?
It is the same question.
And if we do what he expects us to do, who is going to
I'm not going to talk about Mr. T.
No, but
I'll talk about my plan.
No, so that people, when they vote, who are they going to get to replace all these workers that are being paid less than the other ones? Why not just find the employer a high penalty for hiring them, and then there won't be any jobs?
Thank you.
The second thing, no, wait. You take every illegal immigrant.
You made this happen.
You take every illegal immigrant, and you take somebody from welfare, and the person from welfare takes a job that the illegal immigrant was doing, and we save on the immigrants and they get people back on the workforce.
All right. Somewhere in there was a question. I think I know what it is. Get this lady's microphone away before we get a third question.
And you mentioned Colombia, which is where I am from, and I thank you for that.
You bet. So, first of all, if you're really interested in a comprehensive set of solutions to fix our immigration challenges and turn it into an opportunity, because it could be, I would urge you to read a book called Immigration Wars, which I wrote 4 years ago, as a conservative alternative to what the left has been offering up, but never wanting to do. In fact, they want to offer proposals, but never pass them because they want this to be a wedge issue to continue to win elections. And we're playing the part, basically, of accepting that narrative, and I think we need to fix it with a conservative alternative. And here's my plan. My plan would suggest that border control, first and foremost, has to be done, both in terms of the physical border, for sure. And Mr. Trump is right. It's not, I wrote this before he said it, so he concurs with me that there are places where walls are important. There are places like in urban areas, you've got to have adequate fencing in places. It does work. But there are places where it doesn't work. And there you use all of the tools available. GPS technology, drones. There's all sorts of ways for us to have, effectively, to have a guarantee that we know when people cross. If we're serious about this, given the technologies that exist today that didn't 5 years ago, we could do that. It means the Border Patrol needs to be forward-leaning rather than 40 miles off the border. It means resourcing this in a way that 40% of all illegal immigrants come with a legal visa and they overstay, the so-called overstayers. They're not on the border. They're here. They're in Myrtle Beach. They're in Miami. They're all over the place. And we need to have a system that other countries have where you have an exit and entry biometric technology that knows when they've come and when they leave and have the resources to identify where they are, which is possible. Other countries do this, to be effective with the 40% of the 12 million people that come here with a legal visa and overstay. We need an E-Verify system, like you described. Basically, any employer should have a take-it-to-the-bank kind of knowledge that if they're hiring somebody illegally, they're going to be fined severely, and that the technology available to check whether people are here illegally or legal is good enough for them to be able to rely on it. We need a guest worker program. Coming here legally should be easier than coming here illegally. And there are jobs that aren't going to be filled by Americans. There are going to be some jobs that are going to be filled in the fields, particularly in other places, agriculture, desperately looking for dealing with labor shortages. Then we should narrow the number of people coming by family to what every other country has. This is the part of the immigrant experience that most people don't understand in our country. It's spouse and minor children, like every other country, and we also have adult siblings and adult parents. And we've had it for 50 years. And the net result is we have what's called chain migration, and it crowds out economic immigrants. 85% of all legal immigrants come by family, and this broad definition is not the biggest economic driver. We should pick and choose who comes. It shouldn't come by country quota, and it shouldn't come by family preference. Narrow the number of people coming by family, by spouse and minor children, and you could then create an economic driver. The final part of this is, what do we do with the 12 million people here? This is where Mr. T and other candidates, I think, have it wrong. What I think we should do is create a provisional work permit, provisional, and it's provisioned on the fact that you pay a fine, you pay your taxes, you learn English, you don't commit crimes, you don't receive federal government assistance, and I'll get to the last part last, and over an extended period of time, you earn legal status. You don't cut in line for people that have been patiently waiting. You earn legal status, the equivalent of a green card that doesn't allow you to get to citizenship. That, to me, is a fair way. The other way is to make life so miserable for all of us that people leave. That's called self-deportation. Or round people up, with due process or not. 500,000 people a month. That's more than are processed in our justice system today. The costs of that would be beyond imagination. And the disruption of families and communities would be similarly beyond imagination. And it doesn't represent the values of our country. And it's not practical. And it won't work. Other than that, it's a wonderful idea. This is the difference. Do you want someone with a practical, conservative approach? Or do you want someone that is offering up stuff that he knows isn't going to ever happen? I would think we should start looking at people that have practical solutions. The final point I'd make, when did you say you came here?
1953.
Wow. You're 62 years, I was just born that year. So, here is a good example of the beauty of the immigrant experience. People come to this country with fire in their belly, with zeal in their hearts, with a desire to improve their lot in life. They come legally. And what makes us different than any other country on the face of the earth is our citizenship. Being an American is not defined by race or ethnicity. In Japan, you have to be Japanese to be Japanese. You have to be ethnically Japanese. Similarly, in other countries, race or ethnicity defines nationality. In our country, the beauty of our country, when we get it right, is that we have a set of shared values. So it doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter. It's increasingly matter, which is what troubles me, where you were born, what zip code you were born in. It shouldn't matter what country you came from. If you embrace American values, and that's the commonality of purpose in this country, it creates a catalyst for everybody to benefit. But here's the problem now in America. We don't have civics education anymore. How do we define what American identity is if we don't even know our own history? People that come to this country, I have a lady that cuts my hair. She's from Colombia, and she's now an American citizen. And to become an American citizen, you have to answer 100, there's 100 questions. There's a field of 100 questions. You have to answer 10 of them. You have to get 6 right. Even the federal government has defined passing downward, to 60. And so this beautiful young woman, really nice person, whenever I got my hair cut, I would practice the questions with her. And she memorized them all. She really wanted to be a citizen. It wasn't that hard. It took her 6 months, 3 months, or whatever. She memorized every answer to these questions. They're not that hard. But I don't think she got the full richness of our heritage by that process. Nor if you go to mentor an 8th grade kid like I did once a week at Raw Middle School with kids going through their social studies book, getting a sense, is there commonality there? Do we have a love of our country expressed in all sorts of ways where it unifies us together? I think it's a real problem. And so one element of a successful immigration reform is to make sure that America doesn't move towards the multicultural approach where one set of values is equal to another set of values. Europe is going through real challenges today because of this. We are unique and extraordinary because we've rejected that in the past, and we need to continue to reject it now. And love of country needs to be one of those shared values that we all have. If you don't believe like I do, and I know you do, that this is the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth, and all we got to do is start acting like it again. So, thank you. Yes, sir.
I can shout.
Yes, you can.
I
Wow.
taught school for 35 years. Anyway, my name is Dave Don Moyer. I have an old question that's been asked probably 1,000 times over the 35 years since a president signed an act into law regarding creating ANWR. Simple question.
ANWR.
How do you ANWR, Alaskan National Wildlife Refuge?
Yeah.
Real quick question. How do you feel about drilling in the Alaskan National Wildlife Refuge?
I think we should consider it, given the advancement of technologies that protect the natural environment. I think we ought to consider it. Here's the reason. There are proven reserves that are equal to roughly 1,200,000 barrels per day. Our objective ought to be energy security with North American resources in short order, because it creates stability for our country. It creates high-wage jobs in the communities in which the oil and gas sector is operating, and it creates lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices for Americans. Sounds like a pretty good deal. The problem with the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline, as I understand it, is there's a point past which, as the oil production depletes, that the pipeline has to close down. So you're not only missing the opportunity of a pretty significant amount of oil to move down into our refineries, but you're also you're getting to the point where you may have to shut down production that now is, I think, at 500,000 barrels per day. Now, I haven't been briefed on the specific environmental, ecological challenges, but I'm pretty confident that when this process was shut down a long while ago, that there's been dramatic improvement in how you would go about drilling to lessen the footprint and to protect the natural environment, but also recognize that we got to have a balance. It's not an either-or game here. Under this administration, federal leases for oil and gas on federal lands and waters has declined by 30 to 40%, where it's increased on private leasehold interest. This administration believes oil and gas is not part of our future, when in fact 40% of economic activity has happened because of it. And I think we should be focused on high sustained economic growth. And you can balance that interest with protecting the natural environment along the way. I've been doing town hall meetings for the last 9 months. That's the first time I've been asked that question. Why would you ask it? I'm curious.
I'm an old-fashioned environmentalist from way back.
Yeah. Interesting.
And of course, there was an oil spill in '82 right offshore of some tanker.
The Valdez?
No. I'm talking.
Oh, right here.
Surfside. And we cleaned loons and all kinds of shorebirds for several months. And I saw some damage that oil does to spur, to spin.
No, it definitely does.
Yeah, it definitely does. And of course, after the Valdez, and of course, the BP spill in the Gulf. You think about those things. They're nightmares, and you wonder about the environmental. And I ask this question of every politician I've ever met. How do you feel about it? Because politicians of every level have been asked a simple question. How do you feel about drilling in ANWR?
Yeah, and I think, as I said, you probably disagree with me, but I think that we ought to make sure that the environmental impacts are, that the damage that could be done is mitigated. but we need to exploit our resources to create economic growth. We're in a heap of trouble right now. When you have $2,300 declining disposable income in 7 or 8 years, and then you look at what the future looks like, there are kids that are going to be born in the public hospital here in this county that unless we radically change the path that they ultimately will be on by dramatically changing their education and doing the things that will allow for economic and social mobility, they're not going to get a job. We're moving to a world where automation is going to happen at warp speed. And I think we need to be cognizant of that fact and create high growth where more people have a chance to reach earned success. But I appreciate the question. Yes, sir. You just got here. So if you've asked a question that I've already answered, then I'm going to say that. Oh, you didn't just get here?
No, I've been in the back the whole time.
Okay, my bad.
Yes, but there's a candidate right now. His name is Bernie Sanders. You know him well. He promises every college student a free college education, and I know that is something near and dear to my heart. I don't know about you guys. I'm an out-of-state student from North Carolina, and my tuition is about $13,500 a year. What do you plan to do with college tuition?
My brother, there is no such thing as free. Look, sorry. Bernie Sanders' idea combined with the other ideas he is already up to something like, over a 10-year period, $18 trillion of new spending. That's basically the size of our economy. That's 10% per year, assuming it's flatline. That would create devastation for all of us. But you know who it would create the most devastation to? Young people. Because the debt will never, you're going to pay, the idea that the social contract will exist if we spend at the rate we're spending rather than curb the spending that is creating these deficits, you're not going to get to even when by the time you're 40 that it's going to be clear that there's going to be no Medicare, no Social Security, no Obamacare, that our government will collapse under its own weight. There is no such thing as free. And it's not his money to give away to you. It's not. I mean, this is just wrong. It's just... So, now, is it possible to lower tuition costs? Damn right it is. Can you align the university's interests with the students' interests? Of course. In Florida, we had the lowest tuition for in-state students, and pretty low for out-of-state students as well, but lowest in the country, because we used the lottery. This existed before I got there, but we used the lottery for bright futures. So any student that had a GPA of X and a SAT score of Y got either 3/4 of their tuition paid for or all of it. If you're a student at the University of Florida, it's likely you pay no tuition. Then we expanded needs-based aid, because I think it's important to make sure that low-income families also have access to a high-quality education. And in that case, we created a program that I'm quite proud of, which was first-in-generation to college scholarship program. The state put up money, and the universities put up money to match it, and it's been an extraordinary success where predominantly low-income, predominantly minority students are now accessing our high-quality universities. There's ways to do this, where you accelerate getting a 4-year degree done in 4 years. We should be on the side of students. I don't want you to think otherwise. But free? No. There is no such thing as free. Yeah, go ahead.
There are students in European countries that do not...
Yeah, and they're bankrupt. That's right. This is a great question. I'm glad you brought it up, because this notion that earned success in life, that the government can just take care of us, if we keep taking steps down that path, we're in danger. And it's insidious because you don't see it until it's over. That's the problem with this. It's like the crabs in the crabs in the boiling water. It's frogs, okay. After an hour of Q&A, I start getting my animals wrong. You think it's warm and it feels pretty good, then it feels like you're in a whirlpool, jacuzzi or something, then you're dead. That's how this works. And I think we just need to be very careful about restoring a society from the bottom up, not the top down. My vision of how the future looks is that we decentralize decision-making. We empower families again. We allow people in a diverse country to be able to pursue their dreams as they see fit. The left wants us to get in line. You want your free things here? Get in that line. You want your free college? Get in that line. Now it's not fair that Uber drivers are driving without full benefits as a full-time employee. That's the next step. Trust me. That's where she's moving. She's already said it. So she gave a speech about this. She wants to be on the side of young people. Well, it's not fair that they don't have health care insurance and this and that. Well, maybe what they want to do is to work, to make money, to pay off their student loan. Maybe they don't want to be told what it's worth. The world you're moving towards is a shared economy, where you may have 4 jobs, and you customize it the way you want. It's going to be a glorious world. It's going to be a world full of excitement and customization, the likes of which we had never seen. But we have to shake off this centralized, top-down driven approach, because all they do is protect the incumbents. They're on the side of the guys that own the licenses for the cabs against Uber. They're on the side of the hotel companies worried about Airbnb. They're on the side of the people that have already made it at the expense of those that want to make it. And I think conservatives need to be, believe in the future, believe it is going to be awesome, and be on the side of people that are not the incumbents. They're the disruptors. We'll have a much better society if we do that. One more question. I got to go to Charleston.
Hi, I'm Josh. I'm an intelligence student here at Coastal, and
you're an intelligence student?
Intelligence and national security student. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So I
thought you said at first you were an intelligence student. I knew that already.
So I think I speak for a lot of us, and the job outlook in the intelligence community is interesting, given the threats of ISIS and the recent attacks in Paris and stuff like that. So what plans do you have to strengthen our intelligence community, our collecting ability, and also the lack of our human sources on the ground to effectively feed information to our policymakers, and also the prospects of growing the intelligence community in a reasonable way that ensures young people and also old people can, people that are retiring, that they get out and there's a new blood in the intelligence community.
Great question. First of all, just the federal government, there's going to be great opportunities, even when we shrink the government workforce, which I think we need to do. There'll be great opportunities because the federal government workforce is aging dramatically. And if we do nothing, you could reduce the government workforce in 4 years by 10%. So do not fret too much. There's going to be opportunities because people will retire. As it relates to the intelligence community, I think we need to show much more respect for the work that they do. They're not in the limelight, but they provide the necessary support for our warfighters to do their jobs. And I don't know, look, I mean, I think there's ways you can do this symbolically. You can go to NSA headquarters. I don't know if the president's done that. He may have done it once in his 7 years. And appreciate the fact that from a standing start over the last 10 years, we built up a homeland security apparatus that has kept us safe. And they've played a constructive role in doing that. And appreciate people for the jobs that they do. Secondly, I do think that human intelligence out amongst where the evildoers are hanging out is important. It's dangerous. It needs to be respected. The Snowden issue has been devastating. This guy is not a hero. He's a traitor. He should not be brought back to serve a short period of time and then be free and go on the speaking circuit as a hero. He put American men and women in jeopardy that are in covert operations, and he damaged our ability to have a relationship with other countries. In order for us to be successful, we need to share intelligence with other countries. I don't know if you saw today, the Obama administration correctly said that they were expanding the efforts of shared intelligence that traditionally have been the Brits, the Canadians, the Kiwis, and the Aussies to include France. That was a smart thing for him to do. And we need to make sure that we constantly are sharing information, that there's a lot of trust. Because in Europe today, thanks to Snowden, that has been disrupted, and we need to restore that. Thirdly, I think we need to take a look at the metadata program again. I honestly believe that the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, not including the metadata program, was a mistake. This is not new, but given what's happening now, hopefully Congress will reevaluate that. For the record, there has been no violation of any American citizen's civil liberties because of this metadata program. People believe it because they're told it over and over again. There's very little trust in government, but there's no evidence that that's the case. And there is some evidence that directly and indirectly it has been able to identify sources of intelligence combined with other elements of the intelligence community that has been able to keep us safe. That should be the objective, and I think the President ought to be all in on these things. Again, we're back to these issues of balance. Can you protect the environment and also allow us to be energy secure? I think the answer is yes. Can you respect civil liberties, a hallmark tradition of our country, unique to us, that we've exported around the world, and also keep us safe using these technological tools? I think the answer is yes. Great question. Good luck. When are you graduating?
In the summer.
Fantastic. Hopefully you'll send me a resume in November of 2017. Thank you all very much.
What a cool way for him to end that. Hopefully you'll send me a resume in November of 2016. And we'll kind of keep our eye on this. I don't like to immediately cut out because sometimes weird things happen. For instance, with his brother. Do you remember when the shoe was thrown at his brother? You never know when you might miss something that happens. So I hate to cut out, but we also don't have any audio. So perhaps we should just jump into our top 5. I added Jindal. I removed something. Let me see if I can find some Jindal quotes while we have these visuals. All right, so we are going to jump into our top 5 stories. That was Jeb Bush in South Carolina. He touched on terrorism. He touched on the Obama administration in general. He discussed his brother, loving his father, and mentioned that as much as he does love his family, this is about the future. This is not about the past. So, very interesting speech by Jeb Bush. I love when we get these different speeches from candidates. I know we hear a lot from certain candidates, Hillary Clinton, but it's always fun to get the other candidate's point of view and understand where they're coming from and what their take is. Oh, selfies. Selfies are currently being taken by Jeb Bush. Let's jump into the top 5 right now. A New York City missing persons case has now become an international concern for his family as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before a terrorist attacks in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going out there, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne said. He's a very private person, but this is strange for him, especially given what happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew as family and friends filed a missing persons report with the New York City Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then early last week, the New York Police Department investigating the case phoned to say that they had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city he had frequented numerous times over the last years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events of Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consulate seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with a loved one in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No good news is good news in this case, Leanne told the news outlet, but if he would only let us know he was okay, even if he just wants to be left alone, that's what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother is. Given Austin's interest and lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attack. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend. So she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time. But he's an adult, Wentz told our news outlet. He probably had no idea that people are looking for him or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I know he'd call his family. The New York Police Department confirmed that Austin's passport was scanned earlier this week in Paris, but they have not released any information. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times, with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, Leanne told us several times, but his safety matters more. I feel like we're very close. He's my son. I couldn't bear if something happened to him. And in regards to the terror attacks in Paris that we just briefly touched on, Anonymous has declared war on Daesh/ISIS. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war against ISIS after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warn the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson speaking in French said, "Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger." It isn't the first time that hackers have made threats against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claims are spreading propaganda in support of ISIS. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 ISIS support social media accounts. That is a lot considering the fact that they just released this yesterday. And let's get a quote from House Leader Paul Ryan. He spoke earlier today in regards to the Syrian refugees, and I have that quote for you here.
In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
Okay, so that was House Leader Paul Ryan basically saying, and Jeb reiterated this as well during his speech that we watched, a pause. They just want to suggest a pause while they determine how to allow some of these refugees in and screen them so that the country and the public feels comfortable and safe. All right. That story I removed, but I'll briefly go over it since it's in front of me. The pastor's pregnant wife murdered. There have been photos released from a neighbor's security camera. This happened in Indianapolis. The Indianapolis pastor, his wife had just announced she was pregnant. She was 28 years old. They had a toddler upstairs in their crib. A horrible story, a beautiful family, and some security footage was released, some stills, showing the suspect that they believe shot and killed this woman. So it's a horrible, horrible story, and hopefully they find that suspect sooner rather than later. But I did replace that story in my top 5 with Governor Bobby Jindal suspending his campaign. He said, "I've come to realize that this is not my time, so I've come here to announce that I'm suspending my campaign for President of the United States." He told that to our own Fox News' Brett Baer. Jindal, who entered the presidential race in June, has remained near the back of the Republican pack since then. In recent months, his persistently low polling numbers regulated him to the smaller televised events that preceded each of the main GOP debates. Jindal has served as Louisiana's governor since 2008, the year he oversaw the mass evacuation of his state's coastal areas during Hurricane Gustav. Since then, he's established himself as a hardline conservative by making moves like downplaying the need to address climate change and allowing public school teachers to include creationism in their curriculum. Earlier this year, the governor launched an executive order to fulfill the spirit of HB 707, a defeated bill intended to allow Louisiana citizens and businesses to discriminate against same-sex couples without punishment. During his campaign, like many other GOP candidates, Jindal threw his support behind Kim Davis, a Kentucky county clerk who refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, citing their religious convictions. He has also been vocal in his criticism of business mogul and GOP candidate Donald Trump, whom Jindal has called a non-serious, unstable, and substance-free narcissist. Before Jindal exited the race, Willie Robertson, a star of the A&E reality show Duck Dynasty, appeared to withdraw his support of Jindal and endorse Trump instead. Jindal's campaign denied that Robertson had broken bad on the governor, saying that Robertson simply admires Trump. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, it's amazing what Duck Dynasty can do. You're just like, I'm out. Willie's over it, so everybody else must be. So I wouldn't say shocking news. I think when a lot of the people that are ahead have been very critical of, not only that, but just people with common sense have been very critical of the kiddie table group and have all said, why don't they just shut down shop? And I think he's the first one to kind of do that since there's been so much criticism about that. And he's got a job to do. It's not like he's got nothing else going on. He's got a job to do. All right, this is kind of a scary story that we've been watching unfold. 2 Germany stadiums evacuated after bomb threats. Confusion reigned in Germany on Tuesday night after 2 stadiums were evacuated following a bomb threat. No explosives have been found at the stadium, contradicting a Hanover police chief who was quoted by multiple sources saying there was a device intended to be detonated inside the stadium. So that turned out not to be true. A soccer match at the venue was canceled after police said serious plans for explosions were thwarted. Unconfirmed reports from a local German newspaper had said a truck possibly disguised as an emergency vehicle or ambulance initially believed to contain explosives was found at an unknown location. That is what I had originally heard and reported. There was no immediate confirmation of that report, though a German television reporter later appeared live on CNN to relay reports circulating in the local media of the discovery of some kind of device possibly found in a truck, referring to another bomb threat about an hour beforehand that turned out to be a false alarm. Let's see here. So yeah, that was something that we kind of watched unfolding earlier today, and 2 stadiums evacuated for bomb threats. You can see how seriously not only the country, America, but the world is taking these threats. Everyone is scared. Everyone is concerned, and it gives you a better idea of why some of these governors are coming out saying that they're not really interested in Syrian refugees at the moment, especially when a passport, albeit some outlets have said that it could have been a fake passport, a Syrian refugee passport, or a passport of a Syrian individual that snuck in with refugees, was located near one of the suicide bombers. Jeff Cotton in the chat room, Rand Paul and John Kasich need to be demoted to the kiddie table. Wow. Although, let me say this. A lot of people have been very critical of Rand Paul, saying that he should drop out. And he's always fought back, saying, I have a younger demographic. I have the younger voters. And people really, I think that people just don't acknowledge that reaction. However, when they did do that recent, I don't think maybe it was not the most recent debate, but they did do a recent debate, and there was a Facebook poll taken, and Rand Paul totally dominated that Facebook poll, which typically is the people that are supportive of Rand Paul. So maybe he's right. Maybe these generic polls that are being taken that are of people that are registered Republicans, likely donate a lot of money, and have likely been registered Republicans for the last decade or 20 years or whatever. That's not really his demo. And people want the young vote right now, and it does look like he's kind of got that dominated if you look just specifically at that Facebook poll that was taken throughout one of the Republican debates not too long ago. It's almost time for me to wrap up, but let me see if I have my favorite Facebook video ready. Why don't you take a look at our Fox 10 Facebook update before I let you go?
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Police are now saying that a bad crash in Tempe was caused by a drunk driver. 2 cars collided head-on near Rural and Southern. Both drivers rushed to the hospital in bad shape. The passenger escaped with only minor injuries. In the wake of Friday's attacks, France's president expected to present a bill tomorrow that would extend the country's state of emergency. Secretary of State John Kerry made a surprise visit to France, assuring the country that they have the full support of the United States. 129 people were killed in the attacks last week, hundreds more injured. Back here in the Valley, Leslie Merritt Jr., the suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings, could walk out of jail after a judge lowers his bond from $1 million to $150,000. Yesterday, the defense successfully argued that Merritt's bond was too high and that he couldn't afford it. His attorneys also wanted to call witnesses to the stand who say they can prove Merritt has an alibi. Merritt was arrested in connection to the string of freeway shootings that gripped the Valley at the end of August. Investigators say they can tie Merritt to at least 4 of the 11 shootings. The 21-year-old has denied any involvement. Let's take a look at the 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up tomorrow to around 70 and then head toward 80 this weekend. Next week will remain in the mid to upper 70s. Very nice. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook. Near the campus of NAU, the bomb squad was called in to investigate. Ty Brennan is there, live in Flagstaff now with the details. What happened up there?
Yeah, well, Flagstaff police right now still trying to piece together exactly what happened. But the good news in all of this, no explosives were found. Everything back up and running here at this Walmart in Flagstaff. But take a look at some of this video earlier this afternoon that shows the bomb squad out here. Now, Flagstaff police tell us a man was here earlier today. Now, they're not sure why just yet, but that man left 4 propane tanks here along with some wire in the parking lot and then took off. Obviously, with everything going on in the world today, someone called it in. That bomb squad was dispatched. Again, no explosives found. That man and his car were then found a short time later near the NAU campus. Now, as we speak, that man is being interviewed by Flagstaff police. They tell me that that man could be facing charges of felony flight, criminal littering, and possession of meth. Now, right now, Flagstaff PD says that more charges could be coming down for this man. Of course, we're keeping tabs on this story as it develops. Reporting live from Flagstaff, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Ty. A trial date has been set for a former state employee charged with stealing millions of dollars from Arizona's health care program for the poor. Michael Veit, he worked for the state as one of the leaders of the Access Medicaid program. Veit was arrested back in September, accused of embezzling $1.5 million. He has pled not guilty to fraud, theft, and money laundering. His trial will begin May 12th.
In Tempe, police arrest a man accused of exposing himself in 2 separate incidents. They say last November, 32-year-old Francisco Chavez exposed himself to a woman walking near Country Club in Alameda. And then last week, police say he did it again, exposed himself to a 13-year-old girl walking to school in the same area. Chavez facing 2 counts of public sexual indecency. This is a video of the day. Over the years, we have shown you video of fights on the light rail, bans on the light rail, protests, people wearing just their underwear riding the light rail. We've seen a lot of stuff. But we don't recall having video of a car on the light rail tracks just rolling down the tracks. That all changed today. Linda Williams live with the story. This video is ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy, John. There's a guy, his name is Angelo Fiore, and he recently bought and installed an $80 dash camera in his vehicle. He's just started Uber driving part-time, and he wanted it for security. So a week ago, he's heading down Washington Avenue and caught a driver getting on the inside track of the light rail. No, that's not a good thing. It might take a moment to realize what is wrong with this picture. Monday afternoon, November 9th, westbound on Washington Avenue's light rail tracks. This driver gives new meaning to the phrase, getting on the light rail.
I didn't know if he was drunk. I didn't know, maybe he spilt his coffee and just overturned it. I wasn't sure what to think. So,
Angelo Fiore captured the car driving onto the light rail tracks as the driver made a U-turn at 54th Place to head in the opposite direction on Washington Avenue. He doesn't think the driver meant to end up here.
He literally jumped the curb and just started racing, and I have to assume that he started racing because he saw the light rail coming up on him.
Once on the tracks as a driver, you're kind of hemmed in by high curbs.
At one point in the video, the car veers off to the right and hits the curb like he's trying to get off and get out of the way. The curb is so big that he just could not jump back over.
The driver did make it to the next light and was able to get off the tracks safely. If not for Fiore and his new $80 investment in this dash cam, we might not know about this mishap, which only lasted about 40 seconds.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I happened to catch it and thought, like, wow, this is incredible.
So nobody was hurt, police weren't called, no one even knows who that driver is just yet. We are waiting to get video of the incident from Valley Metro Light Rail. That agency says it likes to remind everyone, residents and visitors, you really have to be extra alert around the light rail tracks. Listen for rail cars and whistles, and need we say, I mean, there's signs everywhere. Don't drive on the light rail tracks if you can help it. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Well, just a little bit warmer by a couple of degrees today. That'll happen again tomorrow and so on and so forth into the weekend. A nice little warming trend for you. However, the nights remain cool. We'll take a look coming up.
Thank you, Dave. And also coming up, reaction to Charlie Sheen's big announcement that he has HIV. We hear from a Valley woman living with HIV and how she's helping educate others about the virus.
All right, folks. Happy Tuesday evening. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this evening. Lots to cover. You just saw that they were teasing Charlie Sheen's big announcement. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Also, in the GOP race, Bobby Jindal is out. He said he is suspending his campaign. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then also the latest investigation into the Paris attacks. New info coming just within the last 10 minutes. I'm going to share that with you as well. And then we're also going to touch upon some stories maybe you didn't hear about, like in California, the tour bus crash. We'll give you the very latest on that, as well as what's going to happen now with the Super Bowl security in San Francisco. You know, the big Super Bowl happening there in February. So we'll see what new measures they are taking right now in light of all of this horrible terrorism in Paris. All right, I'm still going to get set up here for you guys. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you the beautiful Times Square right now, as I will be back in about 3 minutes. Give me about 3 minutes. I will be right back here for you, folks.
Admitting and confirming that he is HIV positive. Sheen appearing on TV to tell the world that he was diagnosed with the HIV virus 4 years ago. And he says that he's been paying people who knew so they would keep quiet about it. Sheen's doctor said the actor's status is now undetectable. Sheen is the first major celebrity to announce having HIV since 1991, when basketball great Magic Johnson told the world that he was living with the disease.
And many people are living with the disease. Valley HIV/AIDS advocates hope that Sheen will use his celebrity status as a teachable moment to educate a younger generation about preventing the spread of the virus. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has been looking into this. She joins us live now with more. Nicole.
Yeah, John and Carrie, nearly 17,000 people here in the state of Arizona have HIV or AIDS, and many are able to take medications and live with this disease. But local AIDS advocates worry that today's youth don't have a grasp of how grave this disease really is.
I was diagnosed in 1993 with AIDS. I was told I probably would live about 2 years. I told that doctor to beat it.
Although she's lived with AIDS for 22 years, Barb Brados has suffered immeasurable loss. Her former husband and son were both diagnosed with AIDS around the same time.
It was rough. There was only one medication available. It made you really sick, and it was a really hard time. I unfortunately lost my son when he was 6.
Brados has dedicated her life to helping those living with HIV and AIDS and to prevention education. Tuesday, she was part of a panel speaking to Estrella Mountain Community College students for an AIDS Day event. She says there is a disconnect between the younger generation and the gravity of the disease.
This generation hasn't seen their friends dropping dead. They haven't seen friends who are really sick and can't go anywhere because they really just can't get out of the house to do anything.
These days, cocktails of powerful drugs available to those who can afford them make the disease manageable, but there is still no cure for HIV.
I take about 40 to 50 pills a day. It's not an easy life to live. You know, I hear young kids go, oh, if I get it, I'll just take a pill. it's not about taking a pill. You know, sometimes the pills don't work, and sometimes the pills make you really, really sick.
Now, December 1st is World AIDS Day, and Brados is a huge advocate for getting tested, and she says there will be free HIV testing available on December 1st at any Walgreens along Central Avenue in Phoenix, where the light rail runs. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Morning, you guys. I guess this afternoon now. We work in the morning. I'm Corey.
I'm Beth.
Yeah, that's right. And we're standing in front of the tallest tree where?
In the nation.
That's right, in the world. And we're about to kick off something super special if you love Christmas music. And I think people do.
I love it.
I know. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
Fox 10 AccuWeather. All right, folks. Happy to be here with you this evening. As I always am for you, 5 to 7. Kinsey will be here to close down the show at 7. We got a lot to cover today, as we normally do. You know, it's always gets so crazy sometimes with the news, and you just can't handle it sometimes. There's just so much coming in sometimes. So we appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, always here on fox10phoenix.com. You guys have the right idea to join us this evening. It's always a great time to be here with you as I share the news with you for these next 2 hours. What we're going to be going to in a little bit is previous. You might have saw Jeb Bush hit the rally he just had. Well, we're going to show you the rally that you might have missed in the morning. We recorded that for you, and we'll bring it to you in just a little bit. And then if we have time, we'll show you Bernie Sanders' event as well. So don't worry, folks. You are in for a treat. And then, as always, knock on wood, I hope there's no bad breaking news, but if there is, we will bring that to you. So that's how we rock here on Fox 10 News Now. I do want to show you that story, though, that really is our top story of the day, where there's new leads into the Paris attack. It says, surveillance video obtained indicates a team of 3 attackers carried out the shootings at a Paris sidewalk cafe, leading police to believe that a second assailant is now on the loose. Previously, officials had not specified how many people were involved in the attack on the sidewalk bar, but now surveillance video of the shooting shows 2 black-clad gunmen with automatic weapons calmly firing on the bar, then returning slowly toward a waiting car whose driver was maneuvering behind them. So that is the very latest into the Paris attacks as this investigation continues. All right, we got Corey now live. Let's go back to him.
Yeah, I've got him. I'll be translating your language for Beth. But we're here in Anthem, and we've been here many times.
Yes, we have.
We love this tree. It's the tallest
in the nation.
I know. Take that, rest of the world. We do things right now.
Take that, Rockefeller Center.
No kidding. I love this time of year. I know you do too.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Because at KEZ 99.9, it seems like you're always beating everybody to the Christmas punch.
Yes,
and not that punching should be a big part of Christmas.
No. Well, we're, as far as I know, the only ones doing it this year. We started 2,000 years ago at the original, the original site of Away in the Manger.
Well, what's going to be happening in a few minutes?
In mere moments from now, we're going to flip the switch, and 99.9 KEZ is going to go all Christmas. And may I remind you that if you get on the phone right now at 602-260-0999, 99th caller gets a $2,500 shopping spree to the outlets at Anthem.
What?
So, yes.
It just keeps getting better and better.
But you're void where prohibited. So.
Yes, I am. Well, I love this time. I feel like it's a little like Potterville here. You know, it's so glitzy and glamoury and everything.
It's like Christmas out here right now. It's chilly.
It is. Well, we're going to flip the switch. What's the song everyone's listening for?
All right, you're listening for Andy Williams. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, can I come behind you? Because I want to see what's over here.
Are we ready?
I don't want to do it wrong.
Oh, there's no wrong or right way to do it. Just
okay.
Do it.
All right. John and Carrie, can you count down with us, perhaps?
Carrie's kids are
Absolutely. Where do you want to start?
10.
Let's
10,
start
of course.
at
10.
50. No. Oh, 10? It seems like a lot. All right, we'll start at 10.
Okay,
All
10.
right, here we go. 9.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
They're behind us.
2, 1. Yes!
Wow! Do you hear that?
Oh, it's perfect. I thought maybe you
Let's
got
dance.
I thought you got a shock from the switch thing. Oh, they're having a good time. This is everyone's.
You know
in
what?
The,
Yeah, now it
spirit.
has started. My wife waits for this moment. I am not kidding. She loves this.
Look at them. He's swept her off her feet once again. Corey and Beth. They're like Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Wow.
All right, guys. We thanks for putting us in the spirit, and we look forward to it every single day.
KZ does it every year. See you guys. See you, Beth. See you, Corey.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, kind of Christmassy out there, nice and crisp and cool like the Christmas season should be. As we get a look at it, still 61 degrees. We've got a few clouds. Winds out of the southwest at 9, 28 degrees on the dew point, 28% on the humidity. And right now, 60 in Scottsdale, 63 in Fountain Hills, 57 up at Cave Creek. 67 in Surprise right now at Apache Junction, 60 degrees, high pressure moving back into place. As you can see, clear skies, everything clearing off as far as our southwest is concerned. It was a cool morning. Look out at Luke, 39, 40 at Deer Valley, 41 in Mesa, 37 out at Chandler, 36 at Gateway, and 45 here. The record is 32. The norm is 52. This is what we're forecasting for the night. It was almost exactly the same as last night. 45 at Sky Harbor, 40 in Mesa, 38 at Chandler, 40 at Deer Valley, 39 up at Glendale. So these are the highs on the day. 63 here at the at Sky Harbor. We have 59 in Mesa, 61 in Scottsdale, 61 in Chandler, 63 in Glendale. The norm is 75, 87 is your record high. Other numbers from around the state today, 52 at Prescott, 49 at Flagstaff, 59 in Casa Grande, 55 in Globe. Take a look at it. That's the normal line. We have another day below it, and then we're going to shoot up above it, and we're going to stay up above it by just a couple of degrees. Very nice temperatures. You can see at the end it is a 71 would be the norm. 63 on the high, 45 on the low, 75 and 52 normal high and low, 87 record high for the day, 32 record low for the day. Across the country, it's snowing, heavy snow. Across Colorado, almost 20 inches. Heavy rain across Texas, 7 and 52/100ths of an inch. More than that, though, tornado watches throughout that area as we continue to see that extremely difficult weather. Take a look at that. You can see that front as it moves through, and then all of those watches for tornadic activity lining up right in front of that. Overnight and tomorrow morning, a few clouds, 45 degrees, sunny by tomorrow, 69. Thursday will be at 76 degrees, 78 by Friday. And as we head into the weekend, we're going to see those temperatures at 78 degrees with a few clouds. Watch your kids around water.
All right, thank you, Dave. Well,
nice.
Still ahead at 5, the Oxford Addiction.
All right, folks. Well, what do I want to do now is continue on my top 5 here and update you on this California tour bus crash. Give you the very latest there. Take a look at this.
This surveillance shows the city sightseeing bus speeding down Post Street. Witnesses tell KTVU it was traveling at least 40 miles an hour when it slammed into a cyclist, hit a couple of pedestrians, and struck several cars before smashing into a pedestrian walkway on Union Square.
We have 30 witnesses that we're interviewing. We have 20 victims that we also are interviewing. There's video surveillance all throughout Union Square, not to mention all the people that were out there at the scene who pulled out their cell phones and may have captured something.
Police have not released the official cause of the crash, but sources close to the investigation say faulty brakes are responsible for Friday's accident that left 20 people hurt, 4 of them, including the cyclist, still fighting for their lives.
I have huge concerns about these very large and heavy vehicles that are moving through our most congested neighborhoods.
San Francisco Supervisor Jane Kim says she is working with Assemblyman Phil Ting to tweak state law to allow tighter city controls on tour buses.
I just think the CPUC is very extended. They regulate utilities all the way to limousines and airport shuttles. I'm not sure they have the resources to make sure that there's proper enforcement on setting a high safety bar.
Just last year, a city worker was hit and killed by a trolley tour bus in the crosswalk in front of City Hall. In 2013, a tourist suffered injuries to her face when an open-top bus in the Richmond district snagged some low-lying phone cables.
We want to make sure our tourists and visitors are safe.
The CPUC says in the past there have been issues with city sightseeing for various reasons, but in 2013, an employee took over operations and cleaned up the business. Today, the CPUC released a statement saying city sightseeing currently maintains proper insurance and received a CHP inspection in September of 2015. Our preliminary information on the accident is that the license plate of the bus involved in Friday's crash does not appear to match the vehicles the CPUC has on file, nor did City Sightseeing officially notify the CPUC that it added the bus that was involved in the crash to its operations, which it is required to do. Police say the investigation into the accident could take weeks. Now, we reached out to City Sightseeing Tours for comment, but have not yet heard back. In San Francisco, Tara Moriarty, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
After several weeks of speculation, 50-year-old actor Charlie Sheen confirmed the rumors on Tuesday's Today Show, saying, "I'm here to admit that I am, in fact, HIV positive. I have a responsibility now to better myself and to help a lot of other people." Sheen also released a letter saying he was diagnosed 4 years ago and has since paid out millions of dollars to keep it quiet.
I know Charlie for a long time. He's very charming and very convincing. I'm sure that he was being extorted. I'm sure people were threatening to expose him. But $10 million to keep a secret when he hasn't really explained why it was so important to him to keep that secret for 4 years.
Sheen's issues with sex and drugs have been well known in Hollywood for decades, sometimes eclipsing his acting career. In 2011, following a public meltdown, he was fired from TV's then #1 sitcom, 2.5 Men.
We've known for a long time that Charlie Sheen is an addict and that he's lost some sense of reality. I think even in this case, he may not be aware of what can of worms he's opened, the legal issues that are ahead of him, and the judgment of Hollywood.
Sheen says he has only had unprotected sex with 2 people since his diagnosis, and they were warned ahead of time. Some of his former girlfriends have expressed shock at the revelation. In Hollywood, Michelle Polino, Fox News.
It was after this image emerged of a little Syrian boy washed up on a beach that a call went out worldwide to step in and help the millions of Syrian refugees fleeing violence in their homeland. At the time, President Obama said the U.S. would accept 10,000 refugees, with many European countries agreeing to do the same. But with news one of the terrorists in Paris may have sneaked into France disguised as a Syrian refugee, more than half the governors in the United States are now saying, "You're not welcome here."
You asked the question, should anybody come in here before the end of the year? The answer to that should be no.
While governors do not have the power to turn away refugees, Congress has taken up the cause.
We have a refugee situation that we think requires a pause and a more comprehensive assessment on how to better guarantee that members of ISIS are not infiltrating themselves among the refugee population.
Members of Congress are also asking for stricter vetting, but not all lawmakers are on board. Some comparing the reaction to the U.S. government turning away Jews fleeing Nazi Germany or placing the Japanese in internment camps during World War II.
It is not the time to lose sight of ourselves and say America is too weak. America cannot handle 20,000 or 200,000 refugees fleeing for their lives.
The Obama administration says that they will continue with the refugee plan, saying that they have a very robust vetting process. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
The issue of resettling Syrian refugees in the U.S. still dominating talk on the campaign trail. 2016 candidate Chris Christie becoming the latest governor to reject refugees in his state, a stance echoed by most of the Republican candidates. Former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina says it's an economic concern as well.
The truth is this: the vast majority of these refugees are young, able-bodied men looking for work, and we do not have a moral obligation to provide everyone looking for work with an opportunity to work.
But former Florida Governor Jeb Bush is breaking from the pack, calling for a resettlement program that gives preference to Christians and other religious minorities.
I think we ought to have some compassion for people that are not part of this fight, for sure.
Meanwhile, the candidates are also weighing in on how to defeat ISIS in the long term. A new Reuters Ipsos poll showing Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton as the voters' top choices to address the issue of worldwide terrorism. But others are turning to outside-the-box solutions. Ohio Governor John Kasich floating the idea of bringing NATO into the fight against ISIS, saying the threat to America can no longer be ignored.
ISIS having directly threatened the U.S. homeland, we can't afford to wait. We must act now.
Donald Trump is still neck and neck with Dr. Ben Carson in the latest Fox News poll, with the next Republican debate just under a month away. In Washington, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, folks, coming up on 5:30 here on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday and chilly Tuesday evening. Happy to be here with you. My name's Mike Page. Happy to be here in the Fox 10 News Now stream with you, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are now going to show you an event that happened a little bit ago, but Jeb Bush was on the campaign trail. We saw him a little bit earlier. Kinsey was covering him pretty much for her whole show, but here he was earlier this morning. Take a look. He's on the campaign trail hard.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear without having to hold this? I get better when my hands get out like this, so is it all right back there? Good. Well, thank you all very much for allowing me to come. I'm delighted to be here. The world changed this weekend in a lot of ways. And I think as we get closer to the election, and you all, as you know, South Carolina elects presidents. That's what you do. At least you start the journey out in the primaries. It'll become aware to people that we're electing a president of the United States, a commander-in-chief of our armed forces. It's a serious undertaking. It's something that I think as people get closer to the election, they begin to think a little more seriously about. And maybe the Paris tragedy accelerated that thought. 120-plus innocent people attending a soccer match, going to a concert, being outside in a cafe in one of the most amazing cities of the world, only acting on the ability to be free. That was their crime. And they were killed by people that want to destroy Western civilization. That's what this is about. This is the war of our times. And it's important, I think, for people to reflect on what kind of strategy should we act on to be able to deal with this. This is not a law enforcement exercise anymore. It never was. This is a serious threat to our national security for our children and our grandchildren, because the day that ISIS exists, each day that is contained, which is one strategy, it only enables them and empowers them to recruit people all around the world. And the notion that somehow Paris is the only place where this will take place, I think, is foolhardy. 2 months ago, I had a chance to lay out a strategy at the Reagan Library, the proper place to talk about peace through strength, about America's leadership in the world, because President Reagan, like many presidents, and back not that long ago, this was a bipartisan consensus, understood that but for us who? Who but the United States would deal with the persecuted? Who but the United States would deal with communist threats or other threats that required our leadership? And our world was made more peaceful because we were engaged in the world as a leader. We need to restore that leadership, particularly as it relates to ISIS. And I laid out a strategy to do just that 2 months ago. It starts by re-engaging in Iraq in a way that embeds our forces, rather than keeps them in safe zones, embeds our forces with the Iraqi military. It requires direct support of the Peshmerga military, a great fighting force, the Kurdish force, to be able to show that we have the back of the Kurds. It requires us to re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders, which are capable of fighting as well, as proven by the surge that left Iraq fragile but stable. It requires air superiority, which we have, but it requires the lawyers to be lifted off the backs of our warfighters so that the sorties by having air controllers and a forward-leaning operation, our air support is lethal, that it does the job. And it requires being engaged diplomatically, because without the United States, people move elsewhere. We've seen it. For the first time, Russia now has as much influence as the United States in the Middle East. They were kicked out of the Middle East in 1973 and had no influence to speak of. Now you see the Egyptian president visiting Moscow. You see relationships beginning with the Saudi royal family and Putin. And you see a total sea change because we've pulled back. The lessons of history, our voids are filled. And when they're filled by asymmetric threats of terror, it is a threat to our national security interest. And I believe that we can build a coalition to take out ISIS and to create stability so that we can get back to what we should be focusing on, which is high sustained economic growth, where more and more people have a chance at earned success. So the question of this election, I think, is who has the leadership skills, who has the proven record to be able to fix a few big complex things? Who understands the importance of America's leadership in the world, and who can win? Those three things, I think, as we get closer to the election, will become more in focus. And as it relates to having the leadership skills to fix a few big complex things, with all due respect to the other good candidates running, and now I feel the looming presence of Barbara Bush back behind me. I was taught never to toot my own horn, but here goes. Mom, don't get too mad at me. My record as 8 years as a reform-minded governor, I would put up against anybody running for President of the United States. We cut taxes every year totaling $19 billion. The objective was that personal income in the state of Florida would grow faster than the government income. You want that in Washington? I do. And then because we cut taxes, because we challenged how things worked, we took on the trial lawyers. No offense to any plaintiff lawyer here, but there was extraordinary cost associated with that. We had the second highest workers' compensation costs in the country. We reduced that by $450 million. You can fire a government worker for cause. I know that sounds like a radical idea in America today, but we reduced the government workforce by 11%, and 7 out of 8 years we led the nation in job growth. More than Texas, more than California. Personal income grew by 4.4% per year. We were one of 2 states to become AAA bond rated. They call me Veto Corleone in Florida because I vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget. Not to be mean-spirited, not to be punitive, not to attack an opponent. I was an equal opportunity vetoer. I vetoed Republican projects and Democratic projects because government shouldn't grow faster than people's ability to pay for it. In Washington, D.C., government is the master, not the servant. Well, in effect, to use a biological term, Washington and government is the parasite. We're the host. A healthy host allows government to get the receipts that it needs to create a strong military, strong intelligence capability, to take care of the most vulnerable, to do the research and development to find the next cures for disease. But a sick host is the problem today in America. Hillary Clinton gave Barack Obama a couple of weeks ago an A on economic policy. Really? 1 in 10 people have given up work, looking for work, or are unemployed. 1 in 7 people are living in poverty. 6 million more people than the day that Barack Obama was inaugurated. 1 in 5 kids is receiving food stamps in this great country of ours. More small businesses are closing than being formed. Personal income, disposable income, in the last 7 years for families is down $2,300. Now, for some, $2,300 may not seem like it's a lot. Wow, it's a lot for a whole lot of people in this country. $2,300 a year means maybe you could save for a rainy day. Maybe you could save for your retirement or your child's education. Maybe you could provide for a caregiver if you're taking care of your elder mom who may have dementia. Maybe you could take a vacation for the first time in a few years. Whatever the reason is, $2,300 is now no longer in the pockets of the median disposable income of families. That is not an A. To restore high income growth, we have to restore high economic growth, which means that we need to simplify the tax code. And I have the most ambitious plans to do all of this, whether it's regulation or taxes or challenging the entitlement problems that we face in this country or embracing the energy revolution in this country. America could grow at 4% per year again instead of this anemic 2% growth. A couple of months ago, I was in western Pennsylvania to unveil my energy plan. And I was with a company, the executives of a company called Rice Energy. I don't know if you all have heard about this business. It was a business that was started no more than 10 years ago on the couch of a rental apartment in Pennsylvania by two brothers by the name of Rice, of course. And now there are four brothers working in this business. It went public two or 3 years ago. It has a market capitalization rate in the billions, 700 employees. This business started on a couch with two people with a big idea. They borrowed money. They took risks. They innovated. They disrupted. They challenged the order of things, and they rode the wave of a technological revolution that has now created more natural gas in our country than any country in the world. The lowest source of energy for us to reindustrialize South Carolina and the United States. The best deal American consumers have gotten of lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices. Because of American entrepreneurialism, American exceptionalism, taking two existing technologies, old technologies, horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, and applying the entrepreneurial spirit that is unique to us, that's still in our DNA, we created a revolution that 15 years ago didn't exist. And today we have the chance of being energy secure with North American resources, allowing us to project our values around the world by using energy as a foreign policy tool, and also allowing us to reindustrialize our country, grow our economy, and allow people's income to rise. I know how to fix these big, complex things because I got to do it as governor. And I think it's important. There are a lot of talkers running for president, some extraordinary ones, gifted politicians, quick with the line to garner people's attention. But think about who has the proven record of creating a climate where 4.4% growth happened instead of 2% growth. Think of the people running for president. Have any of them made a tough decision on behalf of people that may not have even supported them? Last year I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. She is an African-American woman. She's 25 years old. What are you doing? You want to go ahead? 25-year-old beautiful woman who is in graduate school right now. Denisha was in a failing public school when I was elected governor. She was held back in third grade 2 years in a row. She was from the other side of the tracks, a notion that I think should be obliterated from the lexicon of America. We need to get back to the belief it doesn't matter where you start in life, but how your efforts to be able to earn success. That's the definition of success. She obviously was not on the right track. Her godmother found out about the corporate tax scholarship program that I created when I was governor working with the Florida legislature. The largest voucher program in the country. 80,000 children now go to private schools because of the effort of taking on the teachers union, the bureaucrats, all the people that were protecting the status quo in Florida. We had a big battle, and I won. In fact, in my re-election, the teachers union mortgaged their building to try to take me out. And yeah, I got a few scars on my forehead and in my rear end taking on this fight, but we won. And the net effect was that the godmother of Denisha found out about this program, and she got to go to a Christian school. Constitutional. No problems for those that are thinking about that. Hasn't lost yet. Denisha, I could just imagine what happened to her in her first week. A teacher put their arm around that child and she said, "Denisha, you're special. Jesus loves you. I love you. You're capable. You can do this." And in short order, she overcame the 2 years of being held back. She graduated with her age group. She was the first in her family to graduate from high school, the first in her immediate family to graduate from college. And Denisha Merriweather is now getting a master's degree at the University of South Florida. There are thousands and thousands of Denishas that all they want is the chance to rise up. What we need are servant leaders that are willing to tear down the barriers so they can rise up. This country is still the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth. we still lead the world in so many ways. What we need now are candidates that have ideas to lift us up and the proven leadership to not just say what they're going to do, but do what they said they were going to do. I have those skills, and I believe we're on the verge of greatness again. Imagine a country where it doesn't matter where you start in life, it matters what you do to achieve earned success being the measurement of success. Imagine a country that was in decline for a short period of time, but resolved to shift course and reformed our tax code and how we regulate, shift power away from Washington, fix the entitlement system that was perfect 50 to 100 years ago but no longer works. Imagine a country that renews itself with principle-centered leadership to take advantage of the opportunities of the 21st century. Imagine a country that leads the world to create peace and security for ourselves and for those that simply want to be free. That's the mission. I hope when people look at the primary here in South Carolina, they look at it through that lens. And then they look at the candidates that have the fighting chance to win in the fall. I believe a proven record of cutting taxes, of reforming the things that were broken, of challenging every basic assumption is far better than just saying what you're going to do or saying it in a nice way. To beat Hillary Clinton, whoever the Democrat is, who want to double down on the failed economic policy of Barack Obama, we need someone with a proven record and someone who has a heart for people to rise up. You're looking at that guy. I'd love to have your support. Thank you all very much. We've got 10 minutes for questions. Yes?
Can you talk about, I'm Mary Del Faith, I work for Sexual Trauma Services of the Midlands. Can you talk about how your wife's advocacy for survivors of domestic and sexual violence has impacted your public policy?
I sure can. Look, I live by the credo of listening, learning, leading. I think people in public life ought to try that often, a little more often. It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's actually taking the time to listen and to hear and to understand and then learning about that and then having a chance then to forge policies and act on them to improve things. And, you know, Tiffany Carr, who's the head of the Florida, the effort in Florida against domestic violence, and she's a close friend of ours. And my wife got me involved in this, and still to this day we're both actively involved. We created a foundation, we're the chairman of it with Tiffany, to raise private money to support the state's efforts. But in 1999, the state's efforts as it relates to domestic violence was horrific. And if you wandered around like I did as a candidate, what you see, go to a juvenile court or family court or dependency court, you find that sexual abuse, sexual violence, alcohol abuse, drug abuse is the common denominator. Mental health challenges, all these things are the common denominator for many of the challenges that the judiciary has to deal with and law enforcement has to deal with and social services have to deal with. It's pretty common, pretty regular. And so I took the time to sit in the courtrooms and sit really next to a judge and try to understand this. I would spend a full day doing it. And thanks to being sensitized to this by my precious wife, Columba, and her advocacy of visiting, I think she probably visited every domestic violence shelter, we changed the course of the state's role in this. We expanded. We spent more than $20 million on fixing up shelters. The conditions that battered women or battered spouses and children had in Florida was horrific. It was shameful. It was embarrassing. And we fixed it. We allowed for, I asked the chief judge in Florida to train the judiciary to not listen to, well, she deserved it, or some version of that, because that's pretty commonplace, even today. Not so much today, but back then it certainly was. And so there was a little more sensitivity training to the fact is that we're living in a world where people are vulnerable and they're abused, and the judiciary should be even-handed about this at a minimum. We increased fines for abusers that were habitual offenders and put them in jail for 5 days, minimum mandatory, to cool them off and to allow for the battered spouse and their families to get into safe places. We expanded funding for these programs, and domestic violence over the 8 years decreased by 24%. I'll give you another example, and I'm a conservative. I mean, I don't quite understand why we get into this this weird deal where you don't think conservatives care about children that are abandoned or neglected or abused. You don't think that as a society we shouldn't care for the soft underbelly of the violence that exists with inside families? Of course we do. And the notion that we just don't, get involved for ideological reasons, to me, we shattered that myth each and every day. I'll give you another example. I just wrote a book called Reply All, and it's a book about my interactions with the 18 million wacky people I got the chance to serve with Florida. It's a phenomenal place. We got everything. I mean, we have more people moving in. We have the third highest number of people moving out. Things happen in Florida. We'll just leave it at that. It's good things, bad things, tragic things, happy things. It's a place that's alive. And so I gave out my email address, and people started responding. I'll give it out if you like, jeb@jeb.org. Try it out. Not you, CNN. Don't try it again. You made my life a living hell last time I gave it out. Just wanted to see if you were listening. So I learned from these emails. I started getting lots of emails from people like Tina Calloway, a woman who had a court-ordered child support payment. And, you'd figure if you got a court-ordered child support payment, you'd actually get paid on a monthly basis. No. There's a 50-50 chance, even though you go through the whole process, that you're actually going to find the spouse that's supposed to be paying, that they do it. And I learned so much from getting these frustrated emails from women, principally, or I guess almost entirely. So I created a concierge service inside the Department of Revenue. Karen Kellums was in charge of this, and she brought the hammer down on these guys like nobody's business. When it was egregious, and it came from me to her, the fear of the Lord was put into these guys' hearts, and they started all of a sudden making their payments. But then we saw the structure of this wasn't working. We had a paper system instead of information technology, and the guy that ran the Department of Revenue was a great public servant. He put out to bid one of the first internet-based information technology systems for child support. We saved a ton of money. And in 8 years, we increased child support payment by 90%. Now think about how this works in Washington, D.C. Name your favorite department. I mean, we laugh. That's the standard response. We should be crying. The Veterans Administration has a hospital that they're going to build for $300 million. They now need to get additional appropriations because the cost is $1.8 billion. It's 3 or 4 years late. No one gets fired. They can't build buildings in the Veterans Administration, an entity with 330,000 employees. Last week, the day after Veterans Day, it was announced that there was $140 million of bonuses to veterans in management for a job well done. Yeah, really? A job well done where people got off waiting lists by not getting care and they died? 3 people have been fired? You go through all of the alphabet soup of government. We need to stop laughing and making sure that we're getting our bang for our buck. Government is not the master over our lives. It is the servant. And we need to shift power away from Washington and fix what exists to keep us safe and to make sure the basic functions of government are done right. If not, no one trusts anybody in Washington. And why should they? It looks like it's all just divvying up the crumbs and divvying up the goodies between themselves. We need term limits. We need a balanced budget amendment. We need line item veto power. Vito Corleone ought to show up in Washington, D.C. and bring a little budget discipline. Elected officials should not lobby their peers the minute they leave. There ought to be a 6-year lobbying ban. Lobbyists ought to be be required within 48 hours to put online who they're meeting, whether they're senior staff people or elected officials. We need to open the place up and clear out the stench and start fixing these things, and I know how to do it. Sorry for the diatribe. Yes?
I appreciate you touching on terrorism right now. I didn't hear you touch on the border, but my question leads more to small business. I'm a small business owner.
Yep.
I don't think health care is fixed. our costs are out of control. Can you comment on the health situation?
I can, but on the border, let's be clear, there are public health issues related to the border. We have an epidemic of heroin overdose in this country that is maybe, hopefully, God forbid it's here, but I'm heading to New Hampshire tomorrow, and I think there have been 200 plus deaths with heroin overdose. A porous border creates the cheapest source of heroin, the most powerful heroin that's ever existed in our country. It replaces the overprescription of pain medication, which is a problem I know in this community. And a porous border is a problem there. It's a problem for our national security. It's a problem for the rule of law. And we need to secure the border for sure. There's no question that has to be a high priority.
All right, folks, we're going to pause this event because we do have breaking news. Take a look. Sky Fox overhead in Tonopah, where there is a puppy mill investigation. Dozens of dogs, including French bulldogs, are in the mix here. This is happening right now. Sky Fox overhead of a puppy mill investigation. All right, folks, this is in Tonopah. Address is 89 South 348th Avenue. MCSO is investigating. Sheriff Joe Arpaio is on his way to this location. We'll probably be getting sound from him shortly, but this is breaking news, folks. It's what we do here on Fox 10 News Now. When it does become available, we do pause events and bring this to you. Dozens of dogs, including French bulldogs. This happening right now. You are watching breaking news right here on Fox 10, Phoenix.com. Apple Snapple had a very good comment saying, it's just way too cold out here for these dogs, especially these last couple days. Sky Fox just got on the scene about 5 minutes ago, and that's when we brought this to you. Breaking news, puppy mill investigation, and MCSO on scene. This is in Tonopah. Dozens of dogs, as you can see here from Sky Fox overhead. We're hoping to be able to stream you that information when the sheriff arrives. He is headed that way. We will hopefully be able to bring that to you. That's what we do here on Fox 10 News Now. Folks, you're at the right place right now.
So MCSO saying that this area, this person who was doing this, was breaking the law. So we hope to get more details on this, and we'll bring them to you within this newscast or later on tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock.
If you're just joining us here, we're following breaking news out of Tonopah, where Sky Fox is overhead at this location where there's dozens of dogs, as you can see, from pugs to French bulldogs. MCSO is investigating, and the sheriff is headed that way. Hopefully, we can bring you that live interview with the sheriff into this investigation, as you can see here. Thank you for watching this stream. Fox 10 News Now. The dogs must be confused. They're wondering, why is this bright light here? The bright light is not from our helicopter, folks. That is from MCSO. Dogs must be scared, cold, and wondering if help could possibly finally be here. All right, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's coming up on 6:10 here, and well, as you can see here, it's a puppy mill investigation in Tonopah. MCSO is investigating, where there are dozens and dozens of dogs here at this location. You can see the sheriff now is on hand, and he's getting briefed by his deputies. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream here, as we're all looking here at breaking news. Looks to be, folks, more than 20 dogs here at this facility. Trying to get more info as it does become available here, but you can see MCSO is on hand. They're investigating, hoping to get more news and hopefully a press conference from the sheriff. You are watching Fox10Phoenix.com live coverage right now of breaking news in Tonopah, where there is a puppy mill investigation going on. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, Sky Fox overhead in Tonopah, where we have a puppy mill investigation going on right now. MCSO is at the scene. We're working to get a crew there on the scene for you so we could get some ground level shots as well. We do encourage you to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for complete coverage of this story, as it will be one of our very, very top stories here. Still a lot of unanswered questions, as this investigation is just beginning. We brought this to you at the top of the hour. We were showing you a Jeb Bush event that was taped. We did put that on pause, and really we only had about 7 minutes to go anyway. So as anytime there is breaking news, of course, we do jump into that action for you, and this is local. You could see many of the dogs are scared, as some are trying to get out of that fence right there on the bottom. Right there, that bottom dog is really trying to get underneath that fence there. So they do not know what all the commotion is about, because they're not used to this bright light that MCSO has for their investigation. You can see they're very, very on edge right now, not knowing what's going on, who's here, and what's going to happen. You could just sense total confusion on these dogs. And that dog right there on the bottom of the screen there is really trying to get out of this fence. Look at this. I mean, he is banging his head on that lower fence trying to dig out. Almost, look at that. Look at that. Just lower that lower third there for you so you can see it. Wow. That dog is relentless trying to get underneath that fence and dig out right now. Sky Fox is overhead, giving us these great images, aerials of breaking news. You just never really know what kind of news is going to happen throughout the day, and that's why you always got to park it right here at fox10phoenix.com, as we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., as many of our regulars already know that, but if you're new to the stream, welcome. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering everything in Arizona, the country, and the world. When breaking news happens, of course, we do bring that to you like you saw and witnessed on Friday, as we brought you the terrible, terrible images coming out of Paris. This is what we do here, is try to get you the most up-to-date visuals as well as stories that are happening right here in our backyard to all the way around the world. This is Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We love that our regulars are always with us. And we always appreciate newcomers. So welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday evening, a very chilly evening, and that's why it's just so sad to see these dogs outside, as it must be very cold for them. Dogs must be really thinking, what's going on here? We got a bright light here, we got people around us, and we got this loud noise from up above. That's Sky Fox giving us these aerial images. But yeah, they must be thinking, wait a minute, this is a lot of action. I'm just going to start running around here, not knowing what's going on. I'm scared, I'm cold, I'm freaking out with this noise up above. I'm not a dog, but that's what I would be thinking. So we'll see if we can bring you Sheriff Joe Arpaio's live press conference when that does become available. We do have a reporter going to the scene with a crew. We'll let you know when they are there. This is a story, obviously, we will be covering throughout the night, as well as I invite you all to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for the very, very latest. All right, folks, coming up on 6:30 here. My name's Mike Page. I'm here with you for just about another half an hour as Sky Fox giving us these live aerial images of a puppy mill investigation in Tonopah. Dozens and dozens of dogs are on the scene here. MCSO is investigating. You're watching Fox 10 News Now. We do encourage you to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for a complete wrap-up on this story. Again, folks, French Bulldogs are to be said to be here as well. We do encourage you all to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 as you know this will be the top story. Pure chaos happening right now. All right, folks, as you can see, Sky Fox is now leaving the scene. We'll try to get you more info as it does become available to us. Kinsey will be here at 7, and hopefully we'll have more updates as the evening goes on. Going back now to our event that we were showing you, Jeb Bush campaigning.
Come with a legal visa and they overstay. They're here. They're in Colombia. They're in Miami. They don't necessarily have to cross the border. We need to do both. We need to control the border then we need to have an effective effort through biometric technologies for exit and entry visas to know where people are. And there needs to be greater cooperation between state and local law enforcement agencies and the federal government. It has been prohibited to be able to create those partnerships by and large, and it needs to be expanded dramatically. On health care, go to jump2016.com to get our health care proposal. It has been, by most of the policy pundits, it's viewed as the most comprehensive plan and the most realistic plan to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a consumer-driven system that would have a tax credit for people that aren't getting insurance from their companies, from a third party, would eliminate the Obamacare exchanges and the mandates, the employer mandate, employee mandate, all of the excessive mandated benefits that are there that create the higher cost, shift the exchanges back to the states, give the Medicaid program back to the states without all the rules on top of it, allow for kid care to go back to the states, and the Obamacare insurance, the people that are subsidized through Obamacare. If you did that, you would get to do something that in business, in family, and occasionally in politics you get to do, which is answer the following question. If we weren't doing it this way, how would we do it? Try it out, by the way, if you haven't ever done that. It's extraordinary. What you'd find in your business or in your life, if you weren't doing it the way you were doing, you just get stuck in a mindset, you would probably do it dramatically differently. And it would be a lot dramatically better. And in healthcare, that's how we need to get. We need to get to that question. And the best approach, the answer to that question is portable, catastrophic coverage, lower premium, high deductible coverage, where people are engaged, where they have transparency, where they have total understanding of what pricing is, where they're engaged consumers, where insurance is used for the high impact, high cost, unforeseen event. That it's not used for the day-to-day healthcare needs. If you turn people into consumers of healthcare, you would get an informed consumer that would lower costs and improve health, which is ultimately what we need to do. And small businesses should be able to pool their resources far more effectively than they can today. And if you made those reforms, you could lower healthcare costs, you could save money for the federal government. The premium, the tax credit that we're proposing would allow for the equivalent of the premium costs for a small employee at a small business, plus their out-of-pocket costs. You would be able to save money and I think get to a healthcare system that looks far better than the one we have today. The final point, which the doctor brought up, is we're on the verge of an explosion of technology that will save lives. This Friday, I saw that you all are very active in cystic fibrosis. My wife and I are attending our last cystic fibrosis dinner. I've had for 20 years. I've hosted this where we raise $600,000, $700,000 a year for a disease that 20 years ago, if you were a kid, you weren't going to make it out of teenage life. You effectively would never be an adult. Today, you're born with cystic fibrosis because of the miracles of drug discovery. You can live as long as anybody in this room. That's the advancement that we have. But there's so many tools that we have at our hand to manage people's health care. And so we need to reform the FDA. We need to allow medical devices to explode into the marketplace. Information technology needs to be used effectively. We're not that far off where I don't have my watch on, but iWatch on steroids, if you will, at a lower cost will allow you to monitor all of your health, everything inside of you. It would send wireless technology out when you have an adverse outcome. You might be eating the wrong way. This could be a little invasive, but get used to it. You can turn off if you don't want it. But the simple fact is you could send it to your healthcare provider, to your spouse. You could manage your healthcare, and it would save hundreds of billions of dollars and increase health and life. And yet we can't even do a health medical record. We laugh this off. The HIT technology that came from the budget onslaught when all that money was spent at the first year of the president's time, all of that money could have been built to create an open system where doctors could share information with patients and their fellow doctors. Instead, they've created this proprietary, they've allowed all the existing big aggregators basically to create a gigantic health record system where doctors spend most of their time filling out forms rather than actually engaging with patients. Imagine if we weren't doing it the way we're doing it. You would have a completely different system. And so applying technology is going to be ultimately part of the answer to this challenge. This is the biggest wage suppressor and job killer in the post-Obama era that we need to fix. Yes.
Aside from trial lawyers, probably the next largest group here today are bankers. And we obviously are a very heavily regulated industry.
Yep.
Just some thoughts on Dodd-Frank, the CFPB.
Repeal.
Our cost of doing business is going up.
Yeah. Look, this is, we have a system, our federal system works. I don't know why we felt so obliged to abandon it, but we have, both as it relates to health care and banking. You just see this massive overreach by the federal government. I was in Washington, Iowa, to talk about Washington, D.C. And a banker there, probably maybe a smaller bank than the one you have, who knows, $123 million asset bank, 4 branches in rural Iowa. And I know a little bit about the banking business, so I asked him a few questions to kind of get a sense of the lay of the land. And he said his compliance and legal costs were $100,000 pre-Dodd-Frank and pre-Consumer Protection Bureau. And it went to $600,000 after this. The market capitalization loss, the loss of equity, if you just capitalize that, basically wipes out 3/4 of the presumed equity, I think. And this is a bank that knew every customer that they loaned to in the crash, during the crash, had not a single loan loss. And the burden has been placed on thousands and thousands of banks, many of whom are now closing. And the big banks that created the systemic risk are bigger. Sometimes Washington doesn't get it right. This is a very good example of it. The answer to this is higher capital requirements for larger banks. It's not to create rules on top of community banks that weren't the problem to start with. And that would be the better solution, and allow for regulation to be a little more coherent, a little more transparent, less punitive, recognizing that community banks are the source for the next generation of disruptors, wealth creators, job creators. You all are on the front lines of the next jobs that are being created. It isn't Wall Street that necessarily does that. They serve the large companies that are your clients, ultimately. The small businesses need the large businesses, but they're not going to be the place where the jobs and the wealth is going to be created. Thank you all very much. Hope you have a great week. Take care.
All right, folks. That was the Jeb Bush event that happened a little bit earlier today. Coming up on 6:45, I just got about 15 more minutes here with you guys. Then we'll pass it off to Kinsey, and she'll throw down the show. She will close us out till about 9 o'clock, where Kinsey will just wrap up everything. It'll be a great send-off. Then Samia will be back at 9 a.m. to kick off another show. So, looking forward to it, guys. We're on 12 hours, and we take 12 hours off. There you go. Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I do want to show you, we didn't be able to show this to you yesterday because we had so much stuff going on. Let's show you Bernie Sanders on the campaign trail. Just for a little bit, folks.
In telling you what you already know, that as Americans we are appalled, we are disgusted by the attack against the people of Paris by the terrorist organization ISIS. And I know that I speak for everyone here and everyone in our country when we send our condolences to the families who lost loved ones in that barbaric attack, and our prayers go out for speedy recoveries for the many hundreds who were injured. In my view, now is the time for developing a serious and effective strategy to destroy ISIS. Now is not the time for cheap political talk or trying to take political advantage of this difficult moment. Now is the time, as President Obama is trying to do, to unite the world in an organized campaign against ISIS by bringing together all of the countries who have common interest in defeating international terrorism, even countries that we have disagreements with. So I think what the President correctly is trying to do is bring together our European allies, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and others, along with Russia, and along with the Muslim countries who are today face to face with ISIS. What we need is an international coalition, including Iran and Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Kuwait and Turkey. Now, putting together this coalition is not going to be easy, given the many hostilities and long-seated disagreements that some of these countries face. But that is what President Obama and Secretary Kerry are trying to do, and I support their efforts. But let me also say that now is not the time for demagoguery and fear-mongering. If you think about it for a moment, you understand that what terrorism is about is trying to instill terror and fear into the hearts of people. And we will not let that happen. As Americans, we will not be terrorized. We will not live in fear. And I do have to tell you that I am disturbed by some of what I am hearing from my Republican colleagues. And I will just say this. During these difficult times, as Americans, we will not succumb to racism. We will not allow ourselves to be divided and succumb to Islamophobia. And when hundreds of thousands of people have lost everything, have nothing left but the shirts on their backs, we will not turn our backs on the refugees from Syria and Afghanistan. We will do what we do best, and that is be Americans fighting racism, fighting xenophobia, and fighting fear. And perhaps most importantly, we will learn the lessons of history. Yesterday, the chairman of the Republican National Committee stated, and I quote, "Never before have I seen an American president meaning President Obama, project such weakness on the global stage, end of quote. Well, as many of you will remember, back in 2002, we had a president, President Bush, you remember President Bush. We had a president, and he was very, very tough, but not very smart. He and Dick Cheney and the whole lot of them, they were tough. And they said we should invade Iraq. We should do it virtually alone. And the result was 6,700 brave men and women from our country dead, hundreds of thousands of our best young people coming home with injuries, physical and emotional, many, many hundreds of thousands of Iraqis dead and wounded, huge instability in the entire region, and we are paying the price today for that instability and that chaos. So I say to my Republican colleagues, yeah, we have got to be tough, but not stupid. Yes, we need to create a worldwide coalition that will defeat ISIS, but no, the United States of America must not be involved in perpetual warfare in the Middle East. Let me say something else. There are those, including many Republicans, some in the media, who think that because of this horrific attack, that the only thing that we should focus on is defeating ISIS. And what I say is, yes, we will lead the world in defeating ISIS, but at the same time, we will rebuild the disappearing middle class of this country. We are a great nation, and we can accomplish both goals. Let me say a word about the campaign that we are waging. You know, about 6 months ago, a little over 6 months ago, we began this campaign with no money, no organization, and frankly, very few people in Ohio or the rest of the country knew who Bernie Sanders was. Well, we have come a long way in 6.5 months. We have brought out over 300,000 people to rallies like this, all over America. We have hundreds of thousands of volunteers in every state in this country. And at a time when the pundits and the experts said, you know, you can't run a serious political campaign without a super PAC, without raising money from corporations and millionaires and billionaires. We are doing it without a super PAC. And I'm very proud to tell you that as of today, we have approximately 800,000 Americans who have made individual contributions to our campaign. That is more contributions than any campaign in the history of America at this point in a campaign. Our campaign is a people's campaign. We don't want Wall Street money. We don't want corporate money. We don't need billionaire money. We will win this on our own. And we will win this very simply, as Senator Turner said a few moments ago. Enough is enough. This country faces some very serious problems, and the American people are catching on that establishment politics and establishment economics is not going to solve those problems. And what the American people also understand is that at a time when Wall Street and corporate America and large campaign donors have so much power, people instinctively understand that no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else, can alone solve the enormous problems that we face. And what people know, and what this campaign is about, is not just electing a president, it is creating a political revolution. What that means is not complicated. In the last election a year ago, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. Vast majority of low-income working people didn't vote. What our job, and it is not an easy job, is to reach out to tens of millions of Americans who are working, in many cases, longer hours for lower wages. Sometimes they can't afford to feed their kids. They can't afford to send their kids to college. Our job is to reach out, is to bring people together, black and white, Hispanic, Asian Americans, gay and straight. Men and women, people who were born in this country, people who immigrated to this country, because See, when we allow them to divide us up, we lose. When we stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. That's what this campaign is about. We are the vast majority of the people in this country. And when we come together, we can defeat the people with all of the money and with all of the power.
All right, folks, we'll be pausing this event. Show you Times Square for the time being as we switch out here. Kinsey is going to be joining you in just a short few minutes here. It's been a great evening with you all. Hope you all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow starting at 11 a.m.
Hi all, Kinsey here. You're going to see me in just a minute. I'm getting my setup complete, but I will be on your screen in just a moment. Thanks so much for your patience.
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Police are now saying that a bad crash in Tempe was caused by a drunk driver. Two cars collided head-on near Rural and Southern. Both drivers rushed to the hospital in bad shape. The passenger escaped with only minor injuries. In the wake of Friday's attacks, France's president expected to present a bill tomorrow that would extend the country's state of emergency. Secretary of State John Kerry made a surprise visit to France, assuring the country that they have the full support of the United States. 129 people were killed in the attacks last week, hundreds more injured. Back here in the Valley, Leslie Merritt Jr., the suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings, could walk out of jail after a judge lowers his bond from $1 million to $150,000. Yesterday, the defense successfully argued that Merritt's bond was too high and that he couldn't afford it. His attorneys also wanted to call witnesses to the stand who say they can prove Merritt has an alibi. Merritt was arrested in connection to the string of freeway shootings that gripped the Valley at the end of August. Investigators say they can tie Merritt to at least 4 of the 11 shootings. The 21-year-old has denied any involvement. Let's take a look at the 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up tomorrow to around 70 and then head toward 80 this weekend. Next week will remain in the mid to upper 70s. Very nice. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook.
All right, let's jump into our top 5 stories of the day. An American missing in Paris. Let me pull up his picture for you because this is actually really quite fascinating. And let me move this so I'm center. There we go. All right. Sorry, I'm just now getting my setup going. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Some people get to go home. Here I am, all by myself. Let's see. Oh, there we go. One of my video components wasn't working, but now it is. Let's take a look at this picture. 26-year-old Austin Taylor. A New York City missing persons case has now become an international concern for his family as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before the terrorist attacks in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he has also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going out there, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne said. He's a very private person, but this is strange for him, especially given what has happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew and family and friends filed a missing persons report with the New York Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then, early last week, the New York Police Department detective investigating the case phoned to say that he had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city that he had frequented numerous times over the last few years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events on Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consulate seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with loved ones in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No news is good news in this case, Leanne said. But if he would only let us know he was okay, even if he just wants to be left alone, that is what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother. Given Austin's interest in lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attacks. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend. So she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time, but he's an adult, Wentz told this news outlet. He probably has no idea that people are looking for him, or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I'd know he'd call his family. The New York Police Department confirmed that Austin's passport was scanned early last week in Paris, but they have not released any information. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times on Twitter, with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, Leanne told us several times, but his security is more important to the family. I feel like we're very close. He's my son, and I couldn't bear if something happened to him, his mother said. This next story is I think it's pretty cool that Anonymous uses their powers for good, and in this case, they absolutely are. Anonymous is declaring war on Daesh / ISIS. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war on Daesh after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warned the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson said in French, and I am so sorry that I'm that I'm hesitating, but I'm having some severe contact issues today, so some of these words look like fuzzy clouds that also look like bunnies, just so we're all on the same page. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warned the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson speaking in French said Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger. It isn't the first time the hackers have made threats against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claims are spreading propaganda in support of Daesh. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 ISIS support social media accounts. And let's take a look at, this all feels like it's kind of running together. Paul Ryan actually commented on some of these Syrian refugees. And let me tell you really quick while I have your attention, 30 U.S. governors are now opposing or refusing to allow Syrian refugees into their states. Let's take a look at that map really quick before we watch Paul Ryan discuss the Syrian refugees. Here's the map of people refusing Syrian refugees into their states. Look at that. It's the majority of the country. And then let me find this. Let me find this comment that Paul Ryan made in regards to the Syrian refugees as well.
In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
All right, so that was Paul Ryan stating, and he's the House leader, stating that we needed to take a pause in regards to the Syrian refugees. And if you'll remember that we covered Jeb Bush speaking earlier today, and Jeb Bush agreed with him and said a pause is a good way of putting it, that we should pause before we determine what we're going to do with those refugees. Bobby Jindal has suspended his campaign. He says he's just going to acknowledge that it's not his time. So that was breaking this afternoon, right before our 5 o'clock news, I believe. Governor Bobby Jindal suspends his campaign. He says it is just not his time, and he recognizes that. So he was a lot of those candidates that were considered kiddie table candidates were receiving a lot of criticism for not just backing down. A lot of people saying that it was embarrassing what they were doing, that it was embarrassing that they were continuously at the bottom. And so understood that Bobby was ready to check out. I feel like he did it at the right time. Although I was wondering when he was one of the first governors to announce not wanting Syrian refugees in the state of Louisiana. I wondered if it was a political move, but now it doesn't seem as much that it's a political move that he's not running for president. This last story, 2 Germany stadiums evacuated after bomb threats. Confusion reigned in Germany on Tuesday night after 2 stadiums were evacuated following a bomb threat. They said explosives had been found at the stadium, contradicting the Hanover police chief who was... They say no explosives had been found at the stadium, contradicting the Hanover police chief, who was quoted by multiple sources as saying there was a device intended to be detonated inside the stadium. A soccer match at the venue was canceled after police said serious plans for explosions were thwarted. Unconfirmed reports from a local German newspaper had said a truck possibly disguised as an emergency vehicle or ambulance, initially believed to contain explosives, was found at an unknown location. There was no immediate confirmation of that report, though a German television reporter later appeared live on CNN to relay reports circulating in the local media of the discovery of some kind of device possibly found inside a truck. Referring to another bomb threat about an hour beforehand that turned out to be a false alarm, Hanover Police Chief Volker Kluh said after the first object turned out to be harmless, we got a tip that had to be taken seriously that an attack was being planned. So that's interesting. Perhaps that was a distraction, somebody creating a distraction. Oh, that's really interesting. So, as you know, nothing horrific has happened out of there, and fingers crossed that nothing does, but it does look like German authorities took care of that pretty quickly. And let's jump into some of our local packages, if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to share this with you. Let's take a look at some local stories. I think I'll keep this in the background.
Home for the holidays. That phrase has special meaning for one Valley family this year. After suffering several devastating losses, the family has been given a special surprise, a home makeover just in time for the holidays.
I said, you know what, if you paint my house from outside, it's enough for me.
Mariana Ramirez stays humble and strong. Her family moved into this home in the Coronado Historic District 25 years ago, and they've been through a series of hard times, but they keep a positive outlook on life, always taking care of others.
She just does anything that she can to help everybody, and they're just such a giving family, and I think that they honestly deserved it.
Alex Powers, a family friend, nominated them for the home makeover. The District Phoenix Real Estate Company conducting the giveaway, and they knew the Ramirez family was the most deserving of this gift.
There's a lot of angles with this particular family, and they're so sweet and so kind and so appreciative. It just made a lot of sense once we met them.
5 years ago, Mariana's mother was diagnosed with cancer. Years later, her nephew died, and earlier this year, that very home that was being renovated was robbed.
That one, they don't stop me to help people.
Through all of the hardships, this strong woman continues to give back. Born and raised in Mexico, she donates her personal belongings to the people there, even taking her son's shoes to give to those less fortunate.
And my son told me, oh, those are my shoes. Yeah. And I tell him, you have more at home, so don't worry about that one.
When we talked to her this morning, she was truly humbled by this gift.
And I feel so happy somebody saw my intentions to help people. Maybe that's why they help me now.
The renovations are expected to be finished around Thanksgiving, just in time for the big feast and the holidays. It won't be long until the holiday lights are turned on for the season in Glendale.
But before that happens, organizers need to check and make sure that all of the 1.5 million lights in Glendale glitters are in working order.
And Fox 10's Christy Siefken is live in Glendale. Don't tell me they're making you change out the bulbs, Christy, if they're not working.
They've been having me walk around individually testing every single one, and I think we're in pretty good shape right now. Actually, it's a process that happens starting back in July when they start to string the lights, and Kim Larson with the City of Glendale is here to talk to us about how you test them, because there are a few lights that are actually out, and you want to get those working, obviously.
Exactly. Well, we've had some weather incidents lately, so different things like that, wind or rain, can affect the light display. So now is our time to go through and make sure everything's working and fix anything that's needed to be fixed before the big day next week.
And you had a big announcement today about the special guests for the big ceremony, names that we're very familiar with. Tell us who's going to be kind of the grand marshals of this year's festivities.
We're very excited. Our special guests will be Kurt and Brenda Warner, that will help our mayor and council turn on the 1.5 million lights in downtown Glendale.
So all the lights are up at this point, but talk to us about the festivities on Black Friday, because it's not just seeing the lights, you have other things going on as well.
Absolutely. We have both Friday and Saturday night next weekend, the 27th, the 28th, 5 to 10, and all kinds of entertainment, kids entertainment, you name it, we've got it. It's just a great time. Free admission, free parking.
Awesome. So Kim told me now they're going to put me up in a cherry picker. I am responsible for replacing those bulbs that aren't working, so I may see you guys back in the studio tonight. It may be tomorrow. We've got quite a few that are out.
Uh-oh. Well, we may not see you tomorrow then. You might be working overnight, Christy.
She's going to have one of those little testers that she's going to go around and, oh man, that's a big job.
Well, they picked the right
exactly.
person for it.
I'm just hoping they pay overtime.
In hot chocolate. They pay in hot chocolate. All right. Thanks. Have fun up there. Stay warm, Christy. And
Christy Siefken is so sweet. I love her. Let's take a look at this. This next story, this goes with a lot of what we've been talking about today. Governor Ducey calling for the immediate halt of refugees in the state of Arizona. I'm going to give you his comments yesterday.
Live pictures tonight from Paris, where the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic landmarks in Paris, bathed in the colors of the French flag. The tower was closed Friday night following the terror attacks in Paris, but it reopened today, bathed in blue and white and red, and it will remain illuminated with France's flag colors for the next 3 days.
And at our state capital, Arizona, joining in the nation and the world mourning those terrorist attacks in Paris on Friday. Governor Doug Ducey ordering all flags lowered to half staff.
Tonight, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is one of nearly 24 governors across the country refusing to take refugees from ISIS strongholds. We'll have more on that in a minute.
But first, the latest out of Paris, just announced minutes ago, a soccer match between Belgium and Spain has been canceled in Brussels because of all of this. French police conducting more than 160 raids overnight. There is an international manhunt for the suspected mastermind of the attacks, a 27-year-old Belgian national. Authorities are also looking for a 26-year-old Salah Abdeslam, who they say was directly involved in Friday night's attack.
Meantime, the French military carried out airstrikes in and around the Islamic State capital of Raqqa, Syria.
And in a new ISIS video, the militants threatening the countries taking part in airstrikes against Syria and specifically named the U.S., Washington, D.C., as a target.
Governors across the country now, they want to stop accepting refugees, specifically Syrian refugees, in the wake of last week's attack in Paris. That includes Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Experts, though, are saying that these governors lack the legal authority to actually block relocations.
Fox 10's Mark Martinez stopped by the International Rescue Committee in Phoenix for reaction, and he's live with the story. Mark.
Yeah, John and Carrie, that is right. We've heard so far 20 states and counting have said they do not want to allow Syrian refugees into their states, including Arizona. Governor Ducey making that announcement today. Now, President Obama, before the attacks, had pledged to accept about 10,000 Syrian refugees over the next year to cities across the country. But groups that work with refugees point out that those fleeing civil war in Syria trying to escape the exact attacks that happened in France.
These are families. These are husbands and wives and mothers and children and who are coming for a better life, for safety.
Donna Magnuson is the executive director of the IRC, or International Rescue Committee, a group that helps refugees get settled once they arrive on U.S. soil.
They come with a plastic bag with their documents because in the middle of the night someone has told them they had to flee their home, and they prayed to God that they were able to gather their family and run quick enough.
She says she was disheartened to see Governor Ducey among the many governors across the country calling for an immediate halt to any new refugees in Arizona after the attacks in France Friday. Magnuson says it takes years for refugees to ever arrive in a safe haven country.
Refugees are the most vetted group of individuals entering U.S. soil. They have the most security screening. I have members of my staff who took 22 years to get to the U.S.
She says she's hoping Governor Ducey will reconsider his decision.
The U.S. has a very strict policy regarding refugee resettlement. It has a long-standing history of being able to resettle refugees to our shores, and it is a very slow-moving train for a reason.
And again, the number of governors saying they don't want refugees from Syria into their states has been growing all day. But under the Constitution, immigration policy is set by the federal government, which determines someone's refugee status. So Governor Ducey has said in his statements he wants that law changed. But again, it looks like for now, the federal law will trump the state's laws. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm just getting something on my satellite. Let me take you there now.
Will prompt investors to invest in clean energy technologies because they will understand that the world is committed to a low-carbon future. That's a signal to the private sector to go all in on renewable energy technologies. And if we can get an agreement done, it could drive new jobs and new opportunities and investment in a global economy that, frankly, needs a boost right now. One of the topics of discussion in G20 was where can we generate sufficient demand. The United States economy is doing relatively well, but we are impacted by weakening demand around the world. China's undergoing a necessary transition in its economy, but it means that its growth rates will not be necessarily as fast. A lot of other emerging markets have seen slow growth or, in some cases, like Brazil, contraction. And as a consequence, the possibility for us to start investing in clean energy, power generation that is sustainable, leapfrogging old technologies and getting into new technologies, all could provide an enormous boost, and there is a lot of capital out there looking to invest. And if we send a signal that this is something that every nation around the world is serious about, it can be an enormous generator of opportunity. So the United States is leading on this issue. Since I took office, we've doubled the distance new cars will go on a gallon of gas by 2025. We're producing 3 times as much wind power as we were when I came into office, and we are producing about 20 times as much solar power as when I came into office. Thanks in part to the investments we've made, there are already parts of America where clean power from wind or sun is actually cheaper than dirtier conventional power. Since 2005, even as our economy is growing, America's cut our total carbon pollution by more than any other country on Earth. And other nations are stepping up as well. Last year, renewable energy accounted for more than half of all new power plants built around the world. For the first time, China's pledged to peak and then reduce its carbon emissions. Here in the Philippines, you're boosting wind power. APEC is working to double renewable energy and reduce energy intensity by 45% over the next 2 decades. And through the Green Climate Fund and other avenues, the international community is helping developing nations to adapt to climate change and, as I said, leapfrog over the dirtier phases of development. One of the things we tried to emphasize in Antalya, and what we're emphasizing throughout this climate discussion, is there is not a contradiction between growth, development, and being good stewards of the planet. They are complementary. And we have to break out of the mindset that says that if we're doing something about climate change, that slows growth. We have to accelerate it. And the fact that President Xi and I, when we met, were able to put forward an accord as the two largest emitters sent, I think, a pretty strong signal to other countries that we see this not just as a challenge, but as an opportunity as well. Now, the problem is governments can't do it by themselves. The good news is that more and more companies are realizing that climate change presents a huge business opportunity. And we see this in America. Google, Apple, Costco are among the world's largest corporate buyers of renewable energy. Walmart has installed more on-site solar capacity than any business in America. Last month, I announced that 81 companies have joined our American Business Act on Climate Pledge, and more pledges are coming in every day. And these companies committed a total of at least $160 billion in areas like clean energy, combating deforestation, reducing emissions, and water usage. And this progress is not limited to big businesses. You've got small businesses and folks up and down the supply chain who are investing in energy efficiency and clean energy too. And oftentimes they're finding that they're saving money while operating in a cleaner way. We're seeing great examples across Asia as well. Now, the private sector is getting involved in renewable energy in countries like Vietnam. Right here in the Philippines, we're seeing major investments in a massive wind and solar project. So my message to you today is that your businesses can do right by your bottom lines and by our planet and future generations. The old rules that said we couldn't grow our economies and protect our environment at the same time, those are outdated. We can transition to clean energy without squeezing businesses and consumers. When we doubled fuel efficiency standards on cars, that's money in people's pockets because they're spending less money at the gas station. And that's true across our economy. And this is the way that the world is headed. It's going to go in fits and starts. There will be some countries and some sectors that resist. But it is inexorable, it is inevitable that we move in this direction, and I hope that the companies that are represented here see this as an opportunity. Innovators are coming up with new ideas every single day, which brings me to my two partners here for this panel, Jack Ma and Isa Mijeno. Isa is an entrepreneur here in the Philippines who launched a startup around a brilliant idea, which is selling lamps that run on nothing more than salt water. She's an engineer. She'll have to explain the physics around this thing. And I guess you've heard of Jack. But he's not just the founder of Alibaba, a giant in e-commerce. He also happens to be a leader on environmental issues like clean water and climate change. And part of what we thought would be useful was to have a young, new entrepreneur, a young at heart, but not as young, large entrepreneur, compare notes about why they see this as an opportunity, why they think that it's good business sense as well as good environmental sense, and how we collectively can be more supportive and encouraging of the kind of innovation that they represent. So with that, we'll begin our discussion. Thank you. So let me start with you, Jack. Is the mic on? Yes? All right. Jack, I know you've been passionate about the need to... Something's going on here. Huh? Is it working? Okay. I know you've been passionate about the need to fight climate change. I want to get a sense from you of why you think it's so important. I also want to get a sense of why you think it's so important that business has a role in this process. And I know that in addition to the work that you've been doing with nonprofits, recently you've also been in conversations with Bill Gates about the potential of really turbocharging investment in research and development around clean energy, and we may be able to make some announcements about sort of this mission innovation in Paris. Give me a sense of how it looks to you from the vantage point of one of the most successful and largest e-commerce organizations in history.
Thank you, President. Well, it's not the passion, it's the concern and worry. When I was 12 years old, I went to swim in a lake. And I was almost dying in that lake because the water was too deep, much deeper than I thought. But 5 years ago, I went to that lake again. The total lake was dry. A lot of people have a disease. And the second concern, I have young colleagues who died of cancer. 20 years ago, very few people have heard about the cancer, the word. But now, most of the families, my friends, they have people have cancers. So if we've been working so hard, if we work so hard and put all the money in the hospital, buy medicine, it will be a disaster. Why we should working? So if without a healthy environment of this earth, no matter how much money you make, no matter how wonderful you are, you have a bad disaster. So it's the concern we have. So we started 6 years ago, put 0.3% of the money of the total Alibaba revenue on encouraging, enable all the young people to find creative ways to solve the problem. And I think the money is always not enough, but the money we use try to wake up people's consciousness. Should know that the climate change problem. They should agree that the water is a problem, the food is a problem. So that is what we think. And after we're doing that, we think, because what Alibaba believe is, where is the opportunity? The opportunity always lies the place where people worry. If you solve the worry problem, that's the greatest opportunity you have. So after 5 years, we find this is a huge chance. So as you said 2 weeks ago, Bill Gates called me about inviting me, join the force together, investing in the clean technology. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I think me and the company believe this is something that we can do the contribution. As I say, we are not a big company. Compared to 15 years ago, we are big. But compared to 15 years later, we are small. But if we do not care about this earth, we do not care about the water, food, the environment, I think nobody can survive, whether you're big or small. So this is the concern. This is the worry I have.
Excellent. Now you mentioned the need for continuous innovation in this area, and that's why we have Aisha here. And Jack remembers when he was starting a company. Aisha's sort of at that early stage, but as an engineer by training, you had an idea that could both do well and do good. So tell us a little bit about what your idea was. Tell us about salt, and what lessons have you learned as a young entrepreneur in terms of making an impact?
Okay, so first of all, let me take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation for allowing me to sit with you, Mr. President, Mr. Ma, to share our advocacy and mission with SALT, and of course tackle on a more serious matter like climate change. It's really, truly an honor. So my brother and I founded SALT, so it's Sustainable Alternative Lighting. And our main advocacy is we wanted to address the light inequality gap, first in the Philippines, by focusing on the people at the bottom of the pyramid, because it comprises of about 15 to 20% of the country's population. Now, most of these families live on island communities, and they are not connected to power grids. So they mainly use kerosene and fuel-based lamps as the main source of lighting. And we know the danger that kerosene lamps poses. It can cause fire accidents, it emits black carbon. So that's the main reason why what we want is we wanted to provide these people a lighting option that is more cost-effective, more safe, more sustainable and environmentally friendly by a way of a lantern that uses saline solution or ocean water as a catalyst to generate electricity. In turn, it will be able to power up LED and, of course, power up a USB port where you can also charge low-power mobile devices like your phones. Very essential during emergencies, especially disaster scenarios. So that's how we're trying to, of course, contribute in terms of the climate change. We are starting with the lamp, And what we see, the huge impact that we'll be able to contribute is when we try or when we dive into developing like a large scale for the technology that we have. Just imagine if you'll be able to power up a whole island using the ocean water. So our planet is composed of 70% salt water, so that's what we're trying to aim for. Yes.
That's great. So the just to be clear, Aisha, so with some salt water, the device that you've set up can provide, am I right, about 8 hours of
Yes,
lighting?
8 hours of lighting. And all you need to do is you just have to replenish the saltwater solution, and then you'll have another 8 hours of
And the lamp
operating
is $20, roughly?
Around $20.
Around $20, and it will last you for?
There's a consumable inside that you have to change every now and then. So the main explanation, the main science behind the lamp is it's a chemical reaction.
Right.
You're trying to convert chemical reaction into energy.
Right.
So there's something inside that you have to change, but you only have to change that like 6 months if you're using the lamp 8 hours a day every day, and that only costs the consumable part around $3, $2, $3. So you're just going to sustain the lamp. You just have to spend like $6 annually, and that's,
Which means that you potentially save even within a certain amount of time. You're already saving enough on kerosene to have paid for the lamp, and then from that point forward, basically, you're getting a modest amount, but important amount of electricity
Yes.
that you can use for a wide variety of purposes.
Yes.
So I think Aisha is a perfect example of what we're seeing in a lot of countries, young entrepreneurs coming up with leapfrog technologies. In the same way that in large portions of Asia and Africa, you know, the old landline phones never got set up. People just went straight to mobile. And obviously, they're buying stuff through Alibaba on there all the time. But the point is that they did not have to make some of the massive infrastructure investments. This is part of the reason why the old idea of development and environmental sustainability, I think, is outdated. It does raise the issue, though, of how we can do more to support young entrepreneurs like Aisha. And Jack, you have the benefit of having been on both sides of the equation. Early entrepreneur, scratching and clawing to get things done, and then now obviously a very successful businessman. How can both government and larger companies be assisting in creating the kind of climate for innovation that encourages young entrepreneurs like Aisha?
Yeah, government is simple. Just reduce the tax or no tax for these guys.
There you go.
Well,
you got a lot of cheers from your fellow CEOs.
Yeah, but I think I feel so excited by hearing the story. Like startup for entrepreneurs like a baby. And I have 5 babies so far, experienced a father.
Do you love them all equally, or is there?
Yeah.
Do you have some favorites? You shouldn't say that.
I do. You know, Alibaba, Alipay, Taobao. You know, these are the kids that I have. But one thing, my advice, we just had a discussion at the back office that nobody can help you. We can only help ourselves. Investors, government, and partners, they are uncles and aunties. You are the father. You are the mother of the kid. Don't give up the kid. Because when we start up talking about our kid, our passion, it all sounds crazy. But you are the guy, take care of the kids. But what we do is that we are a platform. Our job is to enable. On the 11/11 day, we sold $14.5 billion, and this year we got like $500 billion sales totally on our platform. We do not sell anything. we empower others people to sell. So our platform is to empower the small business to realize their dreams. Company like that, we have a company that is, they have an APP helping trucks because the truck logistic, they normally deliver things from this city to that city full of packs, but when we come back, all empty. So the applications try to making sure all the truck drivers can find the resources. So our technology and platform try to empower this company. And last year alone, they saved $1.5 billion US fuel because of the thing. So I think using the technology in innovative ways, and all other things, big companies, it's difficult for big companies to keep the innovation keep up. The innovation is always outside your company. So for us, when we see companies like that, we're excited, we put the money inside, we're using technology, and we also promote them on our platform if they are environment friendly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Aisha, what have been the biggest challenge for you in terms of scaling up? You've got a technology, you feel confident that it can work. She's won, by the way, a lot of prizes and gotten a lot of attention, so this is not like one of those infomercials where, you know, you order it and you can't make the thing work. It's, but what have been the biggest challenges, and how could both the public sector and the private sector be more helpful in terms of encouraging young entrepreneurs like you?
Well, based on our experience, I guess what we need here is like a support system, because we have the passion. So if you don't mind me telling you the backstory of how we started, the main inspiration of coming up with the application, a lighting application, was when I did a personal immersion up in the mountains of Kalinga. So there I learned of a story that because of scarcity of public transportation, people had to travel down the mountain and walk 6 hours just to get kerosene for their lamps. And they do that every other day. So we have the passion. So what we need is like a support system, both from the private sector and the government, to like mentor us, guide us how we can scale up the product or the project. And yes, we also need a lot of support in terms of funding. So that's where that's our main challenge right now. We're on a critical phase. We're trying to mass produce the lamp. So we're just looking for someone to fund us to get the project moving.
I'm just saying serving as a matchmaker here a little bit. But a couple of things, and I know we're running out of time, but I just want to comment on. First of all, I do think that there's a role to play for government in providing tax incentives for the production of clean energy. What's been interesting, if you look at solar, for example, heavy subsidies on the front end, but because of the trend lines in reducing the costs per BTU coming out over the last several years, it's exceeded many of our expectations, and increasingly the subsidies become less and less necessary. So early phase, you may need some support. Over time, less support. A second area, Jack, where I do think that the government has an important role to play, and I think you wouldn't disagree with this, is on basic research and development. Most of your businesses, the people in this audience, you have an R&D budget, but oftentimes it's commercializing a technology that's relatively proven, tweaking it, where governments can do what it's hard for companies to do, is to that front-end basic research that doesn't have necessarily an immediate payoff, but will then serve as the laboratories for young people like Aisha to discover, based on that basic research, I've got a new idea and I can do something else. And that's, in fact, how the internet came about, in part, was a combination of incredible innovation, but also some basic government funding that had come in on the front end. But the thing that I maybe want to ask you, Jack, sort of in closing, is whether you think that other businesses that you're interacting with and dealing with, particularly in the APAC countries, feel this same urgency that you do, or do you think that you're still an early evangelist for this and you have to persuade others a little bit more? And the reason I say that is because I think China's an interesting example. Like the earlier patterns of England or the United States, when a country is growing rapidly, it doesn't pay a lot of attention to the environment. As it enters into sort of middle income status, suddenly people start looking at cancer rates, they start looking at the air, the water, and you become more conscious and that's a good, a value that we have to price and care about. And I'm wondering whether you think your fellow business leaders are seeing that same kind of transition and opportunity in this region.
Yeah, I think I take China, for example. I think today, because of the air in Beijing, the smoggy, it caused attention and government and all the business changed a lot in the past 4 years. I just came back from Beijing 4 weeks ago. My throat was painful. And I think we organized called a Paradise Foundation. I invited 45 business leaders in China. All joined, all put the money inside. And we think that there are a lot of things business should do. It's too late to complain whose fault. Whether your fault or my fault, let's solve the problem together. It's the combined work of government, private sectors, scientists, and sociologists and philanthropists. We have to work in together. So I think the thing is that how we can work in a way more efficiently. I believe always you should have a philanthropic heart inside, but business way, because you have to get the things down. That is why scientists tell us how to do properly. Business should tell us how to get things done efficiently, and government should have the good environment and foundations of researching. And also we need a lot of media's guide to tell people how we do it. But I think this area, Asia Pacific, especially China, we are taking good actions, but we need to do in a way that is really workable. I bought a big piece of land in Brandon, Adirondack in the States, the forest. The reason I bought it is not for buying the forest. The reason I bought it is by the experience of how America solved the problem in the last century, 30s. How they solved the problem there. It will bring the technology, bring the know-how back to China, back to this part of the world. I think it's the opportunity. Good. And it's too late to worry. We have to make action, join together. This is what we believe.
Excellent, excellent. And Aisha, the closing comments. I mean, obviously, you're about to scale up, and we're confident that you'll be successful. But one of the most important things that you've said, in my mind at least, is that this starts from the bottom up. That whether it's in the Philippines or in Tanzania or anywhere in the world, that people who are trying to improve their lives, that they can't be asked to just stay poor in order to solve this problem. They need electricity, they want transportation, they want the same things that exist in developing nations. But what that means is that if we're working at that grassroots level, seeing what folks need and figuring out in an efficient way how to deliver improved quality of life while being environmentally sustainable, that's an enormous opportunity. But it starts at looking at the aspirations and hopes of ordinary people. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yes, it's mainly a collaborative effort. You should not just rely on the government. Of course, you should also do your part. both as a citizen of the nation to help your people. So like what we're doing, I'm focusing on what I'm good at, which is, of course, R&D, research and development. And we just entered, with the help of local incubation program here in the Philippines, we were able to partner with a local manufacturing company who's trying to help us assemble the lamp. And we're also in talks. We are getting so many support from organizations and foundations to distribute the lamps across the Philippines. So with all those, it's a collaborative effort. So you have to, of course, be open with regards to partnering and helping out people, especially in our case, people that don't have access to electricity. Electricity is a basic need, and light is a basic need, and we should be addressing that. And before I get to my closing remark, I would like to focus on climate change, coming from an academic background. So I just wanted to emphasize that climate change is real. So it's a fact. It's not a myth that scientists created in order to get funding or grants. So it's real. So it's happening now. Just to give you like a simple analogy of what stage we are in climate change right now, it's like climate change is like cancer. So at stage 1, your cell starts mutating. And then at stage 2, you start feeling the symptoms. If you're self-aware, you go to the doctor and get treatment. If you're not aware, of course, you take it for granted, and then you go on to stage 3, you start feeling the severe effects of the symptoms until finally stage 4, you're noticing that your health starts declining. You get the best oncologists, pay the best hospital, but it's not working because everything is too late. Right. So climate change is like that. So right now, I believe so, we're on stage 2. So we're stage 2. So
I'm just saying, people.
It's
you don't want to get to stage 4.
Yes, and we don't want to get.
And we all have a huge investment in making sure that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren are able to enjoy prosperity. And that's dependent ultimately on a planet that accommodates us. I will say that the lamp you talked about, in addition to providing light, you can also charge a cell phone, right?
Yes.
And if people have these lamps, they're more likely to charge their cell phone, which means they're more likely to use e-commerce, yes, and more likely to purchase things through Alibaba.
Sell it online.
So I think that there's a synergy here. Everybody please give Jack and Aisha a big round of applause.
Kind of a cool conference. Let's head back to me here, and it's not 8 o'clock, so I'm not going to jump into my top 5, but I will give you some other local stories that we have on our radar.
This pregnant man, Thomas Beatty, made headlines when he gave birth after transitioning from a woman to a man. Today, he learned his sentence for stalking his ex-wife. Nicole Garcia spoke with Beatty after the sentencing. Nicole joins us live now. Nicole.
Yeah, John, a judge sentenced Thomas Beatty to 1 year of unsupervised probation, and that's an outcome Beatty is pleased with. He gave birth to his own 3 children, and he and his ex-wife have joint custody of the kids. Today, he told the judge that he put a GPS tracking device on his ex-wife's car because he wanted to monitor and protect his children while they were with her. Thomas Beatty walked out of court with a smile on his face. He will spend the next year under unsupervised probation. Beatty pleaded guilty to stalking his ex-wife by placing a GPS monitor on her car.
I pled guilty to a misdemeanor of disorderly conduct because I feel that I'm guilty of trying to protect my children.
Beatty became known as the pregnant man. He transitioned from a woman to a man, but was still able to give birth to his 3 children. Ex-wife Nancy could not have kids. Beatty was arrested after Nancy found the GPS tracker and reported it to police. Beatty says he was taunted in jail.
It's really embarrassing, and they wanted to see my private parts. It was really humiliating.
Beatty's marriage ended in a messy divorce. He and his ex-wife have joint custody of their 3 children, ages 5, 6, and 7. Beatty apologized to the judge for using the tracking device. He says he thought it was the least confrontational way to keep track of his kids.
I'm extremely fearful for my children's safety. It's been this way ever since I left her and filed for divorce. She was addicted to substances, and I feel that she's not a fit mother.
Although he is a free man, Beatty says he will be looking over his shoulder.
And every day I'm going to be concerned that Nancy's going to try to get me in some sort of trouble.
And his ex-wife Nancy did attend the hearing this morning, but she did not want to speak. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
It's a story that is developing by the minute.
New information tonight about how the attacks in Paris were carried out and which U.S. city ISIS may be targeting next. Today, the Eiffel Tower finally reopening, shining the colors of the French flag. Arizona Secretary of State, the U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry arriving in the country, promising to defeat the terror group.
President Obama also earlier today spoke about the attacks, ruling out sending troops on the ground in Syria, saying the U.S. will continue to launch airstrikes and will work with allies to dismantle the group's organization and control. It's believed a 27-year-old Belgian national is the mastermind behind these attacks. And we've also learned today that the attackers may have used PlayStations to communicate with one another.
Meanwhile, a video has now surfaced promising more attacks, naming Washington, D.C. as a target, and the mayor of that city has ordered heightened security around the city in response.
The attacks are now starting to affect some travel to Paris. One hotel group says bookings are off now 50% since the attacks. But local experts say people won't stay away from the City of Light for long. Linda Williams joins us live. Linda, people are willing in time to go back, of course.
They're willing right now. I don't think they're going to wait too long before they start going back. Consider this, John. In 2013, more than 32 million people visited the City of Lights to see the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, the list goes on. What kind of impact, is the question now, will Friday's terror have on tourism? Known worldwide as a city of lights, a city of love, Scottsdale travel agent Estelle Wilkinson has been sending honeymooners and families to Paris for decades. She herself is a French citizen and says terrorists cannot steal the city's magic, but she knows tourism will take a hit.
Of course. It's going to take a hit. Some people are just going to be scared.
Wilkinson booked 7 to 8 honeymoons to Paris a year. She and her family go often and were just there last June. She has booked 3 couples to travel to the City of Lights in January, and she says they still intend to go. She advises now more than ever for people to buy travel insurance.
If the clients were booked in January and they're afraid to go, they could cancel for any reason and get their money back. So that's a big thing to encourage people or clients to have.
AAA Travel says its members who have called them about the Paris attacks say they will still go.
This is a sincere tragedy, but it's not going to stop true travelers from going and experiencing the world that they want to see.
You haven't had anyone call to cancel, anyone call to delay, anyone saying I'm feeling jittery?
Not at all.
Wilkinson says the safety of her clients is most important, and she gives them information so they can make up their own minds, though she does have her own opinion.
Just go. There's no reason not to visit it. If you stop visiting all these major national monuments and sites, the terrorists win.
Wilkinson says with security now being tightened around Europe, she believes France is safer now than ever. But the shock and the horror of November 13th will resound through the years, much as the shock and horror of September 11th does for our country. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Well, his lawyers say he couldn't have done it. The suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings back in court today.
His bond was set at $1 million, and his attorney fought to have that bond reduced. Andrew Hasbin was in court. He joins us live with the judge's decision tonight. Andrew.
Carrie, Leslie Merritt's attorneys argued that his bond was too high, and the judge actually agreed to lower it
to $150,000. In court, his attorneys ended up revealing some of their defense. Shackled and in jail stripes, Leslie Merritt stayed mostly silent during the hearing as his attorneys made their case to lower the $1 million bond.
He has an alibi for each and every one of the incidents alleged. Cell phone tower analysis done by the FBI that puts him in Glendale at his home at the time of these calls.
Merritt was arrested on September 18th. DPS investigators say they were able to tie a gun believed to belong to Merritt to 4 of the 11 shootings that gripped the valley. The 21-year-old, who works as a landscaper, has denied any involvement, and his attorney says even a $150,000 bond is too much.
Mr. Merritt has no ability whatsoever to make that bond. $150,000 to him is the same as $1 million.
Prosecutors opposed any reduction in the bond, saying there wasn't any reliable evidence that would warrant a major change. Even though the defense asked, the judge refused to go any lower than $150,000.
There's still a gag order for the duration of the case, and we're going to abide by it. But, you know, the reality is this is a marathon, not a sprint, and we're in it for the long haul. There's a lot of work to be done, and stick with us. It's going to get real interesting.
Defense attorneys wanted to call witnesses during this hearing, but the judge would not allow that. At one point, Merritt himself assured the judge that should he be able to post his bond, he would be there in court as his case moves forward. I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
Yeah, this story is getting weirder and weirder. I mean, to the point where he's got a lot of people that believe he's innocent, and more people than you would expect that believe he's innocent, actually. Let me jump to my top 5 stories of the day. An American missing in Paris. He's a very handsome young man. His name's Austin Taylor. He's 26. He's from New York City, and he's been missing since November 2nd. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days after November 2nd. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. She said that he's a very private person and he would be mortified by this attention, but this has become a national headline because days before the Paris attacks last week, his passport was scanned in Paris. So it's a really interesting and kind of scary story, an American missing in Paris. We are waiting to see what the outcome is in regards to that story. Hopefully they find him safe and sound, but he's a handsome, beautiful young guy from New York, and his mother just says she thinks it's so strange that he would just disappear. He just doesn't believe that there's any way he would do that and intentionally hurt her and their family that way. Anonymous declaring war on Daesh. They released a YouTube video that was less than 2 minutes long. Some of the quotes: "We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared." Last reported, Anonymous has shut down 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts. House leader on Syrian refugees, Paul Ryan, is saying, let's pause. Let's pause before we allow all these people into the country. America is scared, and he wants to just pause and work out a strategy. Governor Bobby Jindal he's saying he's just suspended his campaign because it's not his time, and this is the second time he's suspended his campaign. So he's definitely out of the GOP presidential race. And then 2 Germany stadiums today were evacuated after bomb threats.
Well, what was the other one?
Let's take a look at some local
Number 2?
stories.
The holidays. That phrase has special meaning for one Valley family this year. After suffering several devastating losses, the family has been given a special surprise, a home makeover just in time for the holidays.
I said, you know what, if you paint my house from outside, it's enough for me.
Mariana Ramirez stays humble and strong. Her family moved into this home in the Coronado Historic District 25 years ago, and they've been through a series of hard times, but they keep a positive outlook on life, always taking care of others.
She just does anything that she can to help everybody, and they're just such a giving family, and I think that they honestly deserved it.
Alex Powers, a family friend, nominated them for the home makeover. the District Phoenix real estate company conducting the giveaway, and they knew the Ramirez family was the most deserving of this gift.
There's a lot of angles with this particular family, and they're so sweet and so kind and so appreciative. It just made a lot of sense once we met them.
5 years ago, Mariana's mother was diagnosed with cancer. Years later, her nephew died, and earlier this year, that very home that was being renovated was robbed.
That one, they don't stop me to help people.
Through all of the hardships, this strong woman continues to give back. Born and raised in Mexico, she donates her personal belongings to the people there, even taking her son's shoes to give to those less fortunate.
And my son told me, oh, those are my shoes. Yeah. And I tell him, you have more at home, so don't worry about that one.
When we talked to her this morning, she was truly humbled by this gift.
And I feel so happy somebody saw my intentions to help people. Maybe that's why they help me now.
The renovations are expected to be finished around Thanksgiving, just in time for the big feast and the holidays. Fox concerns that terrorists might use Syrian refugees as cover to sneak across borders. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey among 32 states that want to close its borders to the refugees. The governor taking part in a conference call with the White House and leaders in the White House this afternoon.
Now, more on that in a moment on that phone call. But first, new fears in Europe. A soccer game in Hanover, Germany, canceled. The stadium evacuated about an hour and a half before the start of the game. Police say there was a serious threat of an attack, but rumors of explosives found inside an ambulance outside the stadium are not true. But there was a lot of heightened anxiety. Meantime, in Syria, both France and Russia stepping up airstrikes, targeting ISIS training camps and ammunition bases. Russia's security service has now confirmed a homemade bomb brought down that Russian airliner over Egypt, killing more than 200 people a couple of weeks ago. And in Paris tonight, France's iconic landmark, the Eiffel Tower, once again closed. The monument shut down after workers raised security concerns. And just minutes ago, we learned that police are looking for a new suspect, believed to have been one of the attackers at the Paris cafe.
Now, the number of states saying they do not want to accept any refugees from Syria is growing fast. It now stands at 32 states. So how many Syrian refugees are we talking about here in Arizona? The Arizona Refugee Resettlement Program says that so far this year, Arizona has accepted 112 refugees from Syria. Overall, more than 3,600 Syrian refugees have settled in Arizona. And last year, Arizona ranked 6th among the states for accepting refugees. Fox 10's Steve Kraft is live at the state capitol with more on this debate. Steve.
Well, the first point to make is that this is largely a political stand by all those governors, most of whom are Republicans. When it comes to the resettlement of refugees, only the federal government has jurisdiction in that matter. Meanwhile, I want to show you some pictures from earlier today at the state capitol. A demonstration, members of human rights organizations and other members of the community protesting in front of the state capitol. They don't like the governor's stance on the refugees. They say Governor Ducey's decision sends a message of intolerance. Some even went so far as to call it racist. They also said the governor's stance is not in line with the teachings of Christianity, and they said banning refugees is not the solution, pointing out in the Paris attack the great majority of attackers in that horrendous situation last week were actually from France and Belgium and not from Syria. So that was the situation here in the front. Of course, we had this meeting today with the governor talking on the phone to the White House. We don't know what the result of that was. We are awaiting some word from Governor Ducey and his staff. Reporting live from the state capitol, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Today, actor Charlie Sheen puts the rumors to rest. The actor admitting and confirming that he is HIV positive. Sheen appearing on TV to tell the world that he was diagnosed with the HIV virus 4 years ago. And he says that he's been paying people who knew so they would keep quiet about it. Sheen's doctor said the actor's status is now undetectable. Sheen is the first major celebrity to announce having HIV since 1991, when basketball great Magic Johnson told the world that he was living with the disease.
And many people are living with the disease. Valley HIV AIDS advocates hope that Sheen will use his celebrity status as a teachable moment to educate a younger generation about preventing the spread of the virus. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has been looking into this. She joins us live now with more. Nicole.
Yeah, John and Carrie, nearly 17,000 people here in the state of Arizona have HIV or AIDS, and many are able to take medications and live with this disease. But local AIDS advocates worry that today's youth don't have a grasp of how grave this disease really is.
I was diagnosed in 1993 with AIDS. I was told I probably would live about 2 years. I told that doctor to beat it.
Although she's lived with AIDS for 22 years, Barb Brados has suffered immeasurable loss. Her former husband and son were both diagnosed with AIDS around the same time.
It was rough. There was only one medication available. It made you really sick, and it was a really hard time. I unfortunately lost my son when he was 6.
Brados has dedicated her life to helping those living with HIV and AIDS and to prevention education. Tuesday, she was part of a panel speaking to Estrella Mountain Community College students for an AIDS Day event. She says there is a disconnect between the younger generation and the gravity of the disease.
This generation hasn't seen their friends dropping dead. They haven't seen friends who are really sick and can't go anywhere because they really just can't get out of the house to do anything.
These days, cocktails of powerful drugs available to those who can afford them make the disease manageable, but there is still no cure for HIV.
I take about 40 to 50 pills a day. It's not an easy life to live. You know, I hear young kids go, oh, if I get it, I'll just take a pill. It's not about taking a pill. You know, sometimes the pills don't work, and sometimes the pills make you really, really sick.
Now, December 1st is World AIDS Day, and Brados is a huge advocate for getting tested, and she says there will be free HIV testing available on December 1st at any Walgreens along Central Avenue in Phoenix where the light rail runs. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Here we go. This is a big moment. The annual holiday tradition continues. The sounds of the season are about to begin on 99.9 KEZ.
My daughter said it's happening today. This is almost as big as Christmas Day. With
This
the
is
music,
big.
Corey McCloskey and Beth McDonald, they are on hand at the outlets at Anthem to officially kick off the holiday music
It's
at
John
KEZ.
and Carrie.
Hi, Beth. Hi, Corey.
Lionel, look at their faces.
You've got to remind Beth who we are. This is terrible.
Well, Beth has a lot of voices in her head. It's
Just
sometimes
not our
difficult
voices.
for both of us
I
to
just don't have
separate.
your voices in my head right now. All the other ones.
Yeah,
are there.
I've got them. I'll be translating your language for Beth. But we're here in Anthem, and we've been here many times.
Yes, we have.
We love this tree. It's the tallest
in the nation.
I know. Take that, rest of the world. We do things right now.
Take that, Rockefeller Center.
No kidding. I love this time of year. I know you do too.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Because at KEZ 99.9, it seems like you're always beating everybody to the Christmas punch.
Yes,
and
we
not that punching should be a big part of Christmas.
No. Well, we're, as far as I know, the only ones doing it this year. We started 2,000 years ago at the original, the original site of Away in the Manger.
Well, what's
We've
going to
been
be
doing it
happening in
long
a few
time.
minutes?
In mere moments from now, we're going to flip the switch, and 99.9 KEZ is going to go all Christmas. And may I remind you that if you get on the phone right now at 602-260-0999, 99th caller gets a $2,500 shopping spree to the outlets at Anthem.
What?
So, yes.
It just keeps getting better and better.
But you're void where prohibited. So
Oh, yes, I am. Well, I love this time. I feel like it's a little like Potterville here. You know, it's so glitzy and glamoury and everything.
it's like Christmas out here right now. It's chilly.
It is. Well, we're going to flip the switch. What's the song everyone's listening
All
for?
right, you're listening for Andy Williams. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, can I come behind you? Because I want to see what's over here.
Are we ready?
I don't want to do it wrong.
Oh, there's no wrong or right way to do it. Just
Okay.
do it.
All right. John and Carrie, can you count down with us, perhaps?
Carrie's kids are
Absolutely.
excited
Where do you
about
want to
this. I
start?
love this.
10.
Let's
10, of
start
course.
at
10.
50. No. Oh, 10? It seems like a lot. All right, we'll start at 10.
Okay,
All right,
10.
here we go.
9,
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
They're behind us.
2, 1. Yes!
Wow! Do you hear that?
Oh, it's perfect. I thought maybe you got a, I thought you got a shock from the switch thing. Oh, they're having a good time. This is everyone's.
You know what?
Yeah,
now it
spirit.
has started. My wife waits for this moment. I am not kidding. She loves this.
Look at them. He's swept her off her feet once again. Corey and Beth. They're like Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Wow.
All right, guys. We thanks for putting us in the spirit, and we look forward to it every single day.
KZ does it every year. See you guys. See you, Beth.
That's the cutest segment I have ever seen. It made me want to cry. I'm a huge Christmas fan. I didn't even know that that happened today, and my heart just burst. It was the most precious thing I've ever seen in my life. John and Carrie's countdown. I'm done. I'm done. What a cute, cute, cute segment.
This is a video of the day. Over the years, we have shown you video of fights on the light rail, bans on the light rail, protests, people wearing just their underwear riding the light rail. We've seen a lot of stuff. But we don't recall having video of a car on the light rail tracks just rolling down the tracks. That all changed today. Linda Williams live at the story. This video is ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy, John. There's a guy, his name is Angelo Fiore, and he recently bought and installed an $80 dash camera in his vehicle. He's just started Uber driving part-time, and he wanted it for security. So a week ago, he's heading down Washington Avenue and caught a driver getting on the inside track of the light rail. No, that's not a good thing. It might take a moment to realize what is wrong with this picture. Monday afternoon, November 9th, westbound on Washington Avenue's light rail tracks. This driver gives new meaning to the phrase, getting on the light rail.
I didn't know if he was drunk. I didn't know maybe he spilt his coffee and just overturned it. I wasn't sure what to think. So,
Angelo Fiore captured the car driving onto the light rail tracks as the driver made a U-turn at 54th Place to head in the opposite direction on Washington Avenue. He doesn't think the driver meant to end up here.
He literally jumped the curb and just started racing, and I have to assume that he started racing because he saw the light rail coming up on him.
Once on the tracks as a driver, you're kind of hemmed in by high curbs.
At one point in the video, the car veers off to the right and hits the curb like he's trying to get off and get out of the way. The curb is so big that he just could not jump back over.
The driver did make it to the next light and was able to get off the tracks safely. If not for Fiore and his new $80 investment in this dash cam, we might not know about this mishap, which only lasted about 40 seconds.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I happened to catch it and thought, like, wow, this is incredible.
So nobody was hurt, police weren't called, no one even knows who that driver is just yet. We are waiting to get video of the incident from Valley Metro Light Rail. That agency says it likes to remind everyone, residents and visitors, you really have to be extra alert around the light rail tracks. Listen for rail cars and whistles, and need we say, I mean, there's signs everywhere. Don't drive on the light rail tracks if you can help it. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Thank you for being here tonight. We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert, and these are live pictures from Sky Fox now over Tonopah, which is west of Phoenix, kind of along I-10 there. And this is a cage full of dogs, appear to be pug dogs. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says that they are dealing with a possible puppy mill out there. This is at I-10 and 339th Avenue. Dozens of dogs, and this is just one enclosure we can see on the outside of the home. Appears to be a couple dozen dogs there. MCSO tweeting out some pictures as well, showing these same dogs in a large outdoor enclosure. They appear to be pugs. We also hear there's some French bulldogs at the home, and again, there are some laws as to exactly how you can breed dogs like this. So MCSO saying that this area, this person who was doing this, was breaking the law. So we hope to get more details on this, and we'll bring them to you within this newscast or later on tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock.
At 5, a Phoenix man charged with killing 2 women in the early 1990s is now under investigation in the disappearance of a 13-year-old girl. We're talking about this man right here. His name is Brian Patrick Miller, and he has already pleaded guilty to those other murders. both which took place along a valley canal. Andrew Hasbin is live with more on the latest investigation. Andrew.
Terry, police are now looking to charge Miller with the murder of that 13-year-old girl who has been missing for more than 23 years. 13-year-old Brandy Lynn Myers disappeared back in May of 1992. Police searched the area where she was last seen, near 5th Street in Hatcher, but found nothing. After the arrest of Brian Miller, though, investigators believe they got a break. The girl disappeared in the same area where the accused serial killer lived.
Ultimately, we have another disappearance of a young girl, same kind of age, same time frame, very close proximity to his home. He quickly became a investigative lead.
Police are now looking to charge Miller with the 13-year-old's murder. He's already been linked to the murders of Angela Brasso and Melanie Burness, both found murdered along the Arizona Canal in Phoenix.
We've learned a lot of new information since taking Brian Miller into custody.
Police won't detail exactly what evidence they have linking Miller to the disappearance of Brandy Myers, but they say Myers may not be the only additional victim. There are other missing persons that they are looking at too.
We have detectives on the cold case squad from missing persons and from our homicide detail that are working this case as hard as we were in 1992.
And Miller has actually pleaded not guilty of the crimes that he's been charged with so far. Police submitted this latest case to the county attorney back in September. The county attorney sent it back asking for more information, and police plan to submit the case again very soon. I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
New at 6, a foundation run by billionaire GoDaddy founder Bob Parsons and his wife making a big donation to a Phoenix organization. Gave more than $500,000 to a group called 1 in 10 to help LGBT youth here in the Valley. Jessica Flores has more.
It's a small nonprofit with a big goal. 1 in 10 in Arizona wants to eradicate homelessness among LGBT youth. And now they're getting a huge helping hand and $500,000 from the Bob and Renee Parsons Foundation.
What troubles us is, they have such a hard time raising funds, getting the support that they need, and the need is so important. So that's where you're going to find our organization.
1 in 10 calls the record donation for their organization a game changer. They currently provide housing for 25 homeless LGBT youth. The donation increases that number to 40.
They have given us the ability to take that next step into fighting this fight, and their grant enables us to hire additional people, including myself, to further the capacity of the organization.
According to 1 in 10, nearly half of all homeless youth identify as LGBT.
When LGBT youth, wind up on the streets because of the stigma associated with being gay, and it shouldn't be that way. I mean, this is America. Everybody's entitled to a fair chance and to be treated alike. That's what we're all about.
I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
30 active kids selected to participate in the Cardinals Kids Combine today, learning different drills from the players themselves and how to get fit and how to be healthy. Courtney Griffin has the story.
Speed up, man. Kids from 4th grade to high school ran around with some Cardinals football players as part of the Fuel Up to Play 60 Kids Combine.
Make sure you keep your eye on the ball and follow it all the way through.
Caden Reister says he was thankful to be selected.
I really love football and I love playing, and my PE teacher inspires me to play.
Program advisors selected 4 students per school who engage with kids and physical activity on a normal basis.
I want to learn how to get my knees up higher because I don't get very high with jumps.
The purpose? To encourage kids to eat healthy and get 60.
I love this story and I hate to interrupt it, but this made me laugh and I just yelled at Troy. I was like, hey, did you know that they said you were a 5th grader? I might have to screen grab this. Troy Hayden, 5th grader. I took a picture of that.
Drills from the players themselves and how to get fit and how to be healthy. Courtney Griffin has the story.
Speed up, man. Kids from 4th grade to high school ran around with some Cardinals football players as part of the Fuel Up to Play 60 Kids Combine.
make sure you keep your eye on the ball and follow it all the way through.
Caden Reister says he was thankful to be selected.
I really love football and I love playing, and my PE teacher inspires me to play.
Program advisors selected 4 students per school who engage with kids and physical activity on a normal basis.
I want to learn how to get my knees up higher because I don't get very high with jumps.
The purpose? To encourage kids to eat healthy and get 60 minutes of physical activity each day.
We're hoping that we can develop those healthy habits at a young age and that it stays with them through school and then on into adulthood.
Cardinals guard Antone McLean says the drills get kids, including plenty of girls, excited about playing football.
Teaches them discipline, teaches them everything about life, in my opinion, what I've learned growing up.
McLean says he wishes he had camps like this one while he was growing up.
I would love to have something like this where I come from to meet an NFL player, get a head start on what to do and to better myself. I would have loved it.
The program is in its 8th year and is in 1,400 schools across the state. In Glendale, Courtney Griffin, Fox 10 News.
As you can imagine, people are on high alert right now, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious.
And today there was even a bomb scare in Flagstaff, believe it or not. 4 propane tanks were found abandoned in a Walmart parking lot near the campus of NAU. The bomb squad was called in to investigate. Ty Brennan is there live in Flagstaff now with the details. What happened up there?
Yeah, well, Flagstaff police right now still trying to piece together exactly what happened. But the good news in all of this, no explosives were found. Everything back up and running here at this Walmart in Flagstaff. But take a look at some of this video earlier this afternoon that shows the bomb squad out here. Now, Flagstaff police tell us a man was here earlier today. Now, they're not sure why just yet, but that man left 4 propane tanks here along with some wire in the parking lot and then took off. Obviously, with everything going on in the world today, someone called it in. That bomb squad was dispatched. Again, no explosives found. That man and his car were then found a short time later near the NAU campus. Now, as we speak, that man is being interviewed by Flagstaff police. They tell me that that man could be facing charges of felony flight, criminal littering, and possession of meth. Now, right now, Flagstaff PD says that more charges could be coming down for this man. Of course, we're keeping tabs on this story as it develops. Reporting live from Flagstaff, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
Even before the terrorist attacks in Paris, the Pentagon deployed A-10 fighters to Turkey to assist with U.S.-led bombings on the Islamic State. The A-10 is a familiar jet to many of us who live in Arizona. The jet has a major hub at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. While the A-10 helps to fight ISIS, it is also fighting a political battle to stay in the sky. Spitting 30mm rounds from its nose-mounted cannon, this is how the A-10 Thunderbolt II responds to a mandatory retirement. The U.S. Air Force A-10 was first declared combat ready back in 1978. Jimmy Carter was president, and Annie Hall won the Oscar for Best Picture. And if the Cold War ever turned hot, the A-10 was designed to slow a Soviet advance into Western Europe. 38 years later, A-10s are still flying. They're being sent to Europe to bolster NATO while Russia bullies Ukraine. And a squadron of A-10s just joined the war on ISIS in Iraq and Syria. It's said in Iraq that when the A-10 appears, it sends Islamic State soldiers scurrying to save their lives. But can this ungainly, legendary aircraft that its pilots call the Hog save itself? The Pentagon has been trying to get rid of the A-10 since the first Gulf War, back in 1991.
We're seeing bright flashes going off all over the sky.
Back then, 2 A-10s destroyed 23 Iraqi tanks in a single day. No one wanted to cut the A-10 program after that.
They want to spend more money on the F-35.
The A-10 has powerful friends like Arizona Senator John McCain, who pushed through A-10 funding for at least one more year.
And I guarantee you, as long as I'm chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the A-10, until they find an adequate replacement, will remain in operation.
The Arizona Republican stopped by recently for a taping of Fox 10 Newsmaker Sunday. When asked about the A-10, McCain says it's all about capability.
He's been critical of the new F-35, the Air Force's supersonic stealth fighter, because he and others say the F-35 can't handle close air support as well as the A-10. When the U.S. or allied forces on the ground get into trouble, they want help from the air. That's called close air support, something McCain says the A-10 can still provide.
The A-10 is about 15 million. The F-35 is about 150 million. Talk to the pilots. Those are the ones who will tell you.
Taking the senator's advice, we took a trip down to Tucson to talk with a pilot of the A-10.
Tucson is a great place to fly the A-10. The weather is usually perfect. And the nearby Barry Goldwater range gives them wide open spaces to practice.
In their defense, these are pilots, not politicians. They don't want to get caught up in discussions about budget cuts or defense bills.
But ask them about flying in a jet that's years older than they are, and you get a feeling for why they love their job.
Kyle Schaefer of the 354th Fighter Squadron, in his own words, about the A-10.
Well, it's affectionately known as the Hog for all Warthog pilots. It's very easy to fly. It's very forgiving. When you look at it, it's very rugged. It's pretty much just like a big flying tank. And being located in Arizona here in Tucson with the Barry Goldwater range that we have here to utilize, it's some of the best training you're going to see. A GAU-8. We've got 30 millimeter bullets. They're about yay long. And we have all different types of bullets depending on what we're doing. If you look at the aircraft from kind of straight on, you can see that the nose wheel is a little bit off center. So this is really just based on the entire airplane really revolves around the 30 millimeter cannon there. It's got multiple hydraulic systems. It's not a fly-by-wire, so it's still got the cables and pulleys to protect us. Super forgiving, super easy to fly, and just really a lot of fun.
Just last week, an Air Force general said that it may not be the right time to retire the A-10, the Warthog, after all. He said the Hog may keep flying through at least 2019.
Thank you for being here tonight. We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert, and these are live
forecasts with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, kind of Christmassy out there, nice and crisp and cool like the Christmas season should be. As we get a look at it, still 61 degrees. We've got a few clouds. Winds out of the southwest at 9, 28 degrees on the dew point, 28% on the humidity. And right now, 60 in Scottsdale, 63 in Fountain Hills, 57 up at Cave Creek. 67 in Surprise right now at Apache Junction, 60 degrees, high pressure moving back into place. As you can see, clear skies, everything clearing off as far as our southwest is concerned. It was a cool morning. Looking out at Luke, 39, 40 at Deer Valley, 41 in Mesa, 37 out at Chandler, 36 at Gateway, and 45 here. The record is 32. The norm is 52. This is what we're forecasting for the night. It was almost exactly the same as last night. 45 at Sky Harbor, 40 in Mesa, 38 at Chandler, 40 at Deer Valley, 39 up at Glendale. So these are the highs on the day. 63 here at the at Sky Harbor. We have 59 in Mesa, 61 in Scottsdale, 61 in Chandler, 63 in Glendale. The norm is 75, 87 is your record high. Other numbers from around the state today, 52 at Prescott, 49 at Flagstaff, 59 in Casa Grande, 55 in Globe. Take a look at it. That's the normal line. We have another day below it, and then we're going to shoot up above it, and we're going to stay up above it by just a couple of degrees. Very nice temperatures. You can see at the end it is a 71 would be the norm. 63 on the high, 45 on the low, 75 and 52 normal high and low, 87 record high for the day, 32 record low for the day. Across the country, it's snowing, heavy snow. Across Colorado, almost 20 inches. Heavy rain across Texas, 7 and 52/100ths of an inch. More than that, though. Tornado watches throughout that area as we continue to see that extremely difficult weather. Take a look at that. You can see that front as it moves through, and then all of those watches for tornadic activity lining up right in front of that. Overnight and tomorrow morning, a few clouds, 45 degrees, sunny by tomorrow, 69. Thursday will be at 76 degrees, 78 by Friday. And as we head into the weekend, we're going to see those temperatures at 78 degrees with a few clouds. Watch your kids around water.
All right, and we are going to jump into Jeb Bush from earlier today. He looks dressed up. He looks really nice, actually. Looks awfully handsome. And take a look at these top 5 while we watch Jeb.
The order of things, and they rode the wave of a technological revolution that has now created more natural gas in our country than any country in the world. The lowest source of energy for us to reindustrialize South Carolina and the United States. The best deal American consumers have gotten of lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices because of American entrepreneurialism, American exceptionalism, taking 2 existing technologies, old technologies, horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, and applying the entrepreneurial spirit that is unique to us, that's still in our DNA. We created a revolution that 15 years ago didn't exist. And today we have the chance of being energy secure with North American resources, allowing us to project our values around the world by using energy as a foreign policy tool, and also allowing us to reindustrialize our country, grow our economy, and allow people's income to rise. I know how to fix these big complex things because I got to do it as governor. And I think it's important. There are a lot of talkers running for president, some extraordinary ones, gifted politicians, quick with the line to garner people's attention. But think about who has the proven record of creating a climate where 4.4% growth happened instead of 2% growth. Think of the people running for president. Have any of them made a tough decision on behalf of people that may not have even supported them? Last year I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. She is an African-American woman. She's 25 years old. What are you doing? You want to go ahead? 25-year-old beautiful woman who is in graduate school right now. Denisha was in a failing public school when I was elected governor. She was held back in 3rd grade 2 years in a row. She was from the other side of the tracks, a notion that I think should be obliterated from the lexicon of America. We need to get back to the belief it doesn't matter where you start in life, but how your efforts to be able to achieve earned success. That's the definition of success. She obviously was not on the right track. Her godmother found out about the corporate tax scholarship program that I created when I was governor working with the Florida legislature. The largest voucher program in the country. 80,000 children now go to private schools because of the effort of taking on the teachers union, the bureaucrats, all the people that were protecting the status quo in Florida. We had a big battle, and I won. In fact, in my re-election, the teachers union mortgaged their building to try to take me out. And yeah, I got a few scars on my forehead and in my rear end taking on this fight, but we won. And the net effect was that the godmother of Denisha found out about this program, and she got to go to a Christian school. Constitutional. No problems for those that are thinking about that. Hasn't lost yet. Denisha, I could just imagine what happened to her in her first week. A teacher put their arm around that child and she said, Denisha, you're special. Jesus loves you. I love you. You're capable. You can do this. And in short order, she overcame the 2 years of being held back. She graduated with her age group. She was the first in her family to graduate from high school. The first in her immediate family to graduate from college. And Denisha Merriweather is now getting a master's degree at the University of South Florida. There are thousands and thousands of Denishas that all they want is the chance to rise up. What we need are servant leaders that are willing to tear down the barriers so they can rise up. This country is still the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth. We still lead the world in so many ways. What we need now are candidates that have ideas to lift us up and the proven leadership to not just say what they're going to do, but do what they said they were going to do. I have those skills, and I believe we're on the verge of greatness again. Imagine a country where it doesn't matter where you start in life. It matters what you do to achieve earned success being the measurement of success. Imagine a country that was in decline for a short period of time, but resolved to shift course and reformed our tax code and how we regulate, shift power away from Washington, fix the entitlement system that was perfect 50 to 100 years ago but no longer works. Imagine a country that renews itself with principle-centered leadership to take advantage of the opportunities of the 21st century. Imagine a country that leads the world to create peace and security for ourselves and for those that simply want to be free. That's the mission. I hope when people look at the primary here in South Carolina, they look at it through that lens. And then they look at the candidates that have the fighting chance to win in the fall. I believe a proven record of cutting taxes, of reforming the things that were broken, of challenging every basic assumption is far better than just saying what you're going to do or saying it in a nice way. To beat Hillary Clinton, whoever the Democrat is, who want to double down on the failed economic policy of Barack Obama, we need someone with a proven record and someone who has a heart for people to rise up. You're looking at that guy. I'd love to have your support. Thank you all very much. We've got 10 minutes for questions. Yes?
Can you talk about, I'm Mary Faith, I work for Sexual Trauma Services of the Midlands. Can you talk about how your wife's advocacy for survivors of domestic and sexual violence has impacted your public policy?
I sure can. Look, I live by the credo of listening, learning, leading. I think people in public life ought to try that often, a little more often. It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's actually taking the time to listen and to hear and to understand, and then learning about that, and then having a chance then to forge policies and act on them to improve things. And you know Tiffany Carr, who's the head of the Florida, the effort in Florida against domestic violence, and she's a close friend of ours. And my wife got me involved in this, and still to this day we're both actively involved. We created a foundation, we're the chairman of it with Tiffany, to raise private money to support the state's efforts. But in 1999, the state's efforts as it relates to domestic violence was horrific. And if you wandered around like I did as a candidate, what you see, go to juvenile court or family court or dependency court, you find that sexual abuse, sexual violence, alcohol abuse, drug abuse is the common denominator. Mental health challenges, all these things are the common denominator for many of the challenges that the judiciary has to deal with, and law enforcement has to deal with, and social services have to deal with. It's pretty common, pretty regular. And so I took the time to sit in the courtrooms and sit really next to a judge and try to understand this. I would spend a full day doing it. And thanks to being sensitized to this by my precious wife, Columba, and her advocacy of visiting, I think she probably visited every domestic violence shelter, we changed the course of the state's role in this. We expanded. We spent more than $20 million on fixing up shelters. The conditions that battered women or battered spouses and children had in Florida was horrific. It was shameful. It was embarrassing. And we fixed it. We allowed for, I asked the chief judge in Florida to train the judiciary to not listen to, well, she deserved it, or some version of that, because that's pretty commonplace, even today. Not so much today, but back then it certainly was. And so there was a little more sensitivity training to the fact is that we're living in a world where people are vulnerable and they're abused, and the judiciary should be even-handed about this at a minimum. We increased fines for abusers that were habitual offenders and put them in jail for 5 days, minimum mandatory, to cool them off and to allow for the battered spouse and their families to get into safe places. We expanded funding for these programs, and domestic violence over the 8 years decreased by 24%. I'll give you another example, and I'm a conservative. I mean, I don't quite understand why we get into this weird deal where you don't think conservatives care about children that are abandoned or neglected or abused. You don't think that as a society we shouldn't care for the soft underbelly of the violence that exists with inside families? Of course we do. And the notion that we just don't, get involved for ideological reasons, to me, we shattered that myth each and every day. I'll give you another example. I just wrote a book called Reply All, and it's a book about my interactions with the 18 million wacky people I got the chance to serve with Florida. It's a phenomenal place. We got everything. I mean, we have more people moving in. We have the third highest number of people moving out. Things happen in Florida. We'll just leave it at that. It's good things, bad things, tragic things, happy things. It's a place that's alive. And so I gave out my email address, and people started responding. I'll give it out if you like, jeb@jeb.org. Try it out. Not you, CNN. Don't try it again. You made my life a living hell last time I gave it out. Just wanted to see if you were listening. So I learned from these emails. I started getting lots of emails from people like Tina Calloway, a woman who had a court-ordered child support payment. And, you know, you figure if you got a court-ordered child support payment, you'd actually get paid on a monthly basis. No, there's a 50-50 chance, even though you go through the whole process, that you're actually going to find the spouse that's supposed to be paying, that they do it. And I learned so much from getting these frustrated emails from women principally, or I guess almost entirely. So I created a concierge service inside the Department of Revenue. Karen Kellums was in charge of this, and she brought the hammer down on these guys like nobody's business. When it was egregious, and it came from me to her, the fear of the Lord was put into these guys' hearts, and they started all of a sudden making their payments. But then we saw the structure of this wasn't working. We had a paper system instead of information technology, and the guy that ran the Department of Revenue was a great public servant. He put out to bid one of the first internet-based information technology systems for child support. We saved a ton of money, and in 8 years, we increased child support payment by 90%. Now think about how this works in Washington, D.C. Name your favorite department. I mean, we laugh. That's the standard response. We should be crying. The Veterans Administration has a hospital that they're going to build for $300 million. They now need to get additional appropriations because the cost is $1.8 billion. It's 3 or 4 years late. No one gets fired. They can't build buildings in the Veterans Administration, an entity with 330,000 employees. Last week, the day after Veterans Day, it was announced that there was $140 million of bonuses to veterans in management for a job well done. Yeah, really? A job well done where people got off waiting lists by not getting care and they died? 3 people have been fired? You go through all of the alphabet soup of government. We need to stop laughing and making sure that we're getting our bang for our buck. Government is not the master over our lives. It is the servant. And we need to shift power away from Washington and fix what exists to keep us safe and to make sure the basic functions of government are done right. If not, no one trusts anybody in Washington. And why should they? It looks like it's all just divvying up the crumbs and divvying up the goodies between themselves. We need term limits. We need a balanced budget amendment. We need line item veto power. Vito Corleone ought to show up in Washington, D.C. and bring a little budget discipline. Elected officials should not lobby their peers the minute they leave. There ought to be a 6-year lobbying ban. Lobbyists ought to be be required within 48 hours to put online who they're meeting, whether they're senior staff people or elected officials. We need to open the place up and clear out the stench and start fixing these things, and I know how to do it. Sorry for the diatribe. Yes?
I appreciate you touching on terrorism right now. I didn't hear you touch on the border, but my question leads more to small business. I'm a small business owner.
Yep.
I don't think healthcare is fixed. Our costs are out of control. Can you comment on the healthcare situation?
I can, but on the border, let's be clear. There are public health issues related to the border. We have an epidemic of heroin overdose in this country that is maybe, hopefully, God forbid it's here, but I'm heading to New Hampshire tomorrow, and I think there have been 200-plus deaths with heroin overdose. A porous border creates the cheapest source of heroin, the most powerful heroin that's ever existed in our country. It replaces the overprescription of pain medication, which is a problem I know in this community. And a porous border is a problem there. It's a problem for our national security. It's a problem for the rule of law. And we need to secure the border for sure. There's no question that has to be a high priority. And it isn't. It isn't right now. I would one idea as it relates to the border control that I think is important is that 40% of people that come illegally come with a legal visa and they overstay. They're here. They're in Colombia. They're in Miami. They don't necessarily have to cross the border. We need to do both. We need to control the border. Then we need to have an effective effort through biometric technologies for exit and entry visas to know where people are. And there needs to be greater cooperation between state and local law enforcement agencies and the federal government. It has been prohibited to be able to create those partnerships by and large, and it needs to be expanded dramatically. On health care, go to jeb2016.com to get our health care proposal. It has been, by most of the policy pundits, it's viewed as the most comprehensive plan and the most realistic plan to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a consumer-driven system that would have a tax credit for people that aren't getting insurance from their companies, from a third party, would eliminate the Obamacare exchanges and the mandates, the employer mandate, employee mandate, all of the excessive mandated benefits that are there that create the higher cost, shift the exchanges back to the states, give the Medicaid program back to the states without all the rules on top of it, allow for kid care to go back to the states, and the Obamacare insurance, the people that are subsidized through Obamacare. If you did that, you would get to do something that in business, in family, and occasionally in politics you get to do, which is answer the following question. If we weren't doing it this way, how would we do it? Try it out, by the way, if you haven't ever done that. It's extraordinary. What you'd find in your business or in your life, if you weren't doing it the way you were doing, you just get stuck in a mindset, you would probably do it dramatically differently. And it would be a lot dramatically better. And in healthcare, that's how we need to get. We need to get to that question. And the best approach, the answer to that question is portable, catastrophic coverage, lower premium, high deductible coverage, where people are engaged, where they have transparency, where they have total understanding of what pricing is, where they're engaged consumers, where insurance is used for the high impact, high cost, unforeseen event. That it's not used for the day-to-day healthcare needs. If you turn people into consumers of healthcare, you would get an informed consumer that would lower costs and improve health, which is ultimately what we need to do. And small businesses should be able to pool their resources far more effectively than they can today. And if you made those reforms, you could lower healthcare costs, you could save money for the federal government. The premium, the tax credit that we're proposing would allow for the equivalent of the premium costs for a small employee at a small business, plus their out-of-pocket costs. You would be able to save money and I think get to a healthcare system that looks far better than the one we have today. The final point, which the doctor brought up, is we're on the verge of an explosion of technology that will save lives. This Friday, I saw that you all are very active in cystic fibrosis. My wife and I are attending our last cystic fibrosis dinner. I've had for 20 years. I've hosted this where we raise $600,000, $700,000 a year for a disease that 20 years ago, if you were a kid, you were going to make it out of teenage life. You effectively would never be an adult. Today, you're born with cystic fibrosis because of the miracles of drug discovery. You can live as long as anybody in this room. That's the advancement that we have. But there's so many tools that we have at our hand to manage people's health care. And so we need to reform the FDA. We need to allow medical devices to explode into the marketplace. Information technology needs to be used effectively. We're not that far off where I don't have my watch on, but you know, iWatch on steroids, if you will, at a lower cost will allow you to monitor all of your health, everything inside of you. It would send wireless technology out when you have an adverse outcome. You might be eating the wrong way. This could be a little invasive, but get used to it. You can turn off if you don't want it. But the simple fact is you could send it to your healthcare provider, to your spouse. You could manage your healthcare, and it would save hundreds of billions of dollars and increase health and life. And yet we can't even do a health medical record. We laugh this off. The HIT technology that came from the what would you call it? What's the budget onslaught when all that money was spent at the first year of the president's time, all of that money could have been built to create an open system where doctors could share information with patients and their fellow doctors. Instead, they've created this proprietary, they've allowed all the existing big aggregators basically to create a gigantic health record system where doctors spend most of their time filling out forms rather than actually engaging with patients. Imagine if we weren't doing it the way we're doing it. You would have a completely different system. And so applying technology is going to be ultimately part of the answer to this challenge. This is the biggest wage suppressor and job killer in the post-Obama era that we need to fix. Yes.
Aside from trial lawyers, probably the next largest group here today are bankers. And we obviously are a very heavily regulated industry.
Yep.
Just some thoughts on Dodd-Frank, the CFPB.
Repeal.
Our cost of doing business is going up.
Yeah. Look, this is, we have a system, our federal system works. I don't know why we felt so obliged to abandon it. But we have, both as it relates to health care and banking. You just see this massive overreach by the federal government. I was in Washington, Iowa, to talk about Washington, D.C. And a banker there, probably maybe a smaller bank than the one you have, who knows, $123 million asset bank, 4 branches in rural Iowa. And I know a little bit about the banking business, so I asked him a few questions to kind of get a sense of the lay of the land. And he said his compliance and legal costs were $100,000 pre-Dodd-Frank and pre-Consumer Protection Bureau. And it went to $600,000 after this. The market capitalization loss, the loss of equity, if you just capitalize that, basically wipes out 3/4 of the presumed equity, I think. And this is a bank that knew every customer that they loaned to during the crash, had not a single loan loss. And the burden has been placed on thousands and thousands of banks, many of whom are now closing. And the big banks that created the systemic risk are bigger. Sometimes Washington doesn't get it right. This is a very good example of it. The answer to this is higher capital requirements for larger banks. It's not to create rules on top of community banks that weren't the problem to start with. And that would be the better solution. And allow for regulation to be a little more coherent, a little more transparent, less punitive, recognizing that community banks are the source for the next generation of disruptors, wealth creators, job creators. You all are on the front lines of the next jobs that are being created. It isn't Wall Street that necessarily does that. They serve the large companies that are your clients, ultimately. The small businesses need the large businesses, but they're not going to be the place where the jobs and the wealth is going to be created. Thank you all very much. Hope you have a great week. Take care.
Thank you very much for your time. Stick around, and Kyle Carlson, my fellow board member, will give out some door prizes.
Thank you, Governor Bush. Good afternoon. I'm Kyle Carlson. I'm the chair-elect for LCAA and with Rogers, Townsend, and Thomas here in Columbia. And we've got 2 door.
All right, everyone, it's 9 o'clock, and I wrote a song for Martini. I'm going to do it. What? Why would I not? Do you not think it's good? Are you afraid that there'll be a copyright infringement?
No, it'll be fine.
You don't like my song. Just tell me.
It's very creative, and I know it comes from the heart. But
my Pokemon expert hates my songwriting abilities.
I don't know if people are ready for it.
It's 9 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I'm going to wrap up here at Fox 10. You should turn on Channel 10 if you're local. If you're not local, you should go to fox10phoenix.com/live. Download our app, it's free. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. We're Fox 10 News Now, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I will see you tomorrow.
What's that?